Councillors, it's time to start our meeting. I'll begin as usual with the affirmation. Tēnā tātou katoa, we seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of the community. First of all is apologies. I have received no apologies, but Councillor Collins has indicated he will be absent from 10:30 through to midday. So I'll move that we accept apologies. I have a seconder, Councillor Walker, and I have nothing on my screen other than the fire evacuation plan, so maybe you could have a look at that, unless you've something that you haven't told me about. The second item is the confirmation of the minutes. We have the minutes for the inaugural meeting of Council on the 1st of November and the extraordinary meeting of the governing body on the 12th of November. There's no matters arising out of the minutes. I'll move that we confirm the minutes. We have a seconder, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Petitions, there are none. Public input, we had two requests for public input. The one that was accepted was from the Auckland Marine Users Association in regard to the terms of reference for the CCO review. A second request was from the Northern Reclamation Yacht Club's Westhaven, which was received after time. And also may have not been so much about the terms of reference as about Panuku. If the person is present, I'm happy for them maybe to join the Marine Users Association at the table if the marine users are happy to share their time. So I'm not sure whether those people are present, but I imagine that Ewan Little is. If I can ask Ewan to come to the table, please. If Ron Copeland is here.
Ewan's having some stitches out and he was hoping to be here on time. I can speak on his behalf until he gets
well,
you'd like to wait until...
No, I think we'll take it now. We'll hear, perhaps if you'd like to come forward, Ron. We have a schedule of things to get through, so it's important to keep to that schedule. So if you're authorised to speak on his behalf, we'll certainly accept that. Okay, that's fine. If you'd like to take a seat, Ron, the normal procedure is that you have 5 minutes, which we keep to pretty strictly, and then we have 2 or 3 questions at the end of it. But I would ask if you could, if it is about the CCO review and the approval of the terms of reference, that is what the focus of your comments needs to be on. Thank you. Sorry, just push the red button on the right-hand side. Yep.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
I must say, Mr. Chairman, I was a bit taken back that my request was rejected. We were told I found out about 9 o'clock Sunday night that this meeting existed, and was told by Richard Steele, the chairman of the association, that the request to speak had to be in by 9:30 on the Monday. I did get this in at 9:18 on Monday, and it was rejected. And then I found, and I said, why? And was told that a working day goes from 12 o'clock at night. Well, there's no staff here at 12 o'clock at night.
If I can just clear that, we don't want to spend time on this because this is eating into your speaking time, but the deadline is set at midnight on Sunday. That's always been the way it's been, and I'm sorry that you were misinformed about that by whoever told you to the contrary.
Very unclear.
But please get into the presentation.
Sure. Well, my name is Ron Copeland. I've been involved with the Auckland Marine Users Association. I represent the Northern Reclamation Yacht Clubs in Westhaven, Ponsonby Cruising Club, who's been in Westhaven for 120 years, and my family. We welcome the governing body's 17A review of the council CCO, in particular Panuku. I wish to raise a couple of points. As far as our yachts club's concerned, ratcheting up our yacht club rentals more than any club within the country. This happens every time we have a rent review, and it's 70 to 100%. They're trying to increase our rents. So that's one issue we have with Panuku. Disregarding empowering acts, unitary plans and special precinct rules. Two examples I wish to highlight. Gulf Harbour Marina proposed land sale swap involving leasing rights over the Hammerhead Public Reserve. 3 public consultation meetings were held by Panuku, recommending to accept Covington Group's proposal to freehold the marina land, and they would forego their rights to the lease on the Hammerhead and pay $10 million to the council. I understand the current lease provides $1 million per annum, or approximately, to the council, and has approximately 68 years to run, possibly with time $150 million income to the council. Public have the right under the Empowering Act to walk over any part of the platform except for the building platforms, which are very limited. Also, there is an easement for buses, cars, etc. through the centre. Approximately 99% of the public consultation rejected the proposal, yet when the Commissioner's findings were presented to the board, it was said there was fors and against, not total rejection. Westhaven. I have been involved with Westhaven for 55 years and facilitated returning Westhaven back into the hands of the council. In our opinion, the Marina Village being built is an illegal consented structure. The Westhaven Empowering Act, Unitary Plan, Westhaven Marina Precinct rules have been ignored or not adhered to. Example, commercial total floor areas for the Westhaven Precinct, 500 square metres. For food, that's for commercial. Food related is the same. The existing ones now, before the disregarding the building, is 853 square metres commercial and 1,021 food related. Double what the precinct rules are now, plus the flagship barge that is there, which totals 2,090 square metres. The rules, precinct rules for Westhaven are quite specific, and they've been there for a long time, and it is carried through the unitary plan. Proposed new building, or the new building being built now, 2,000 square metres with none or very minimal parking, using existing marina and club parking, which is allocated to the marina operation. All this has been decided by one duty commissioner, that the building did not have to have an adverse effect on the marina, therefore it did not need to be notified. In his report, he did not cite, acknowledge the special Westhaven Marina Precinct rules, i.e. adverse effect on marina operations and future needs. Parking is a major problem for the clubs and marina users, and will get worse with the proposed bridge skypath. The building size that is being built now is unnecessary, as only half of it has been rented. Multi-storey public car park needs to be built on the western side of the bridge, and or half the Marina Village modified to create car parks.
Ron, you're out of time now. If you could just perhaps wind up quite quickly,
yes,
please.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
That means less than a minute, please.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. These points need to be addressed in the 17A CCA review, as Panuku have not engaged stakeholders or listened to the public submissions. This is unacceptable and needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. The comments you've made aren't on the specific topic of the paper that we have in front of you, which was one of the other reasons why your request was declined. But what I am going to ask for councillors, if they have any questions, it simply be on the terms of reference. That's what the item is. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Ron. I just, the question I'd like to ask you in terms of the scope of this reference that that council's considering today that goes to CCO accountability, that goes to the culture of the CCOs. How important do you think it is for the reviewers to actually deal with real case histories like events or occurrences involving the CCOs where people have a degree of expertise from the public and they're dealing with the CCOs? Do you think that is going to be pivotal to actually getting some sense of what has to improve going forward during this review?
Absolutely. There's a lot of us here have been involved for a long time, 50 years plus in West Haven. My family used to run it. We go back to the 30s. We're getting pushed around by Panuku in all directions, not listened to, and it's got such a bad name on the street, Panuku, on behalf of the council. They're making fools of you, and this needs to be addressed, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Watts.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
I've just got a question that goes to the issues that have brought about the review, which, as we know, are effectively about the culture and the actions of the council-controlled organisations. Would it be fair to say that we've got actions that are occurring right now on the part of Panuku and ongoing that are within the concern of the review? So we're not talking about something historical, we're talking about stuff that's happening now that arguably council and Panuku should be concerned with.
Absolutely, because the consents are quite there, and it's quite specific what is with the marine precincts in West Haven and the building consents have been ignored. There's all sorts of real bad things that have happened. Nobody else would get away with it. They've just completely a law unto themselves, and we're having a heck of a job with parking in West Haven with what's going on now. But there's no parking provisions being addressed for the new building. It's massive. It's 2,000 square metres. Staff, public, and also with the Skypath they're trying to put the Skypath portal in West Haven, which adds to the public flow through West Haven, people coming down with bikes on the back of their car to get on the portal to go over to town, whatever, taking up all the marina parking. Now the consents for the Empowering Acts and consents for West Haven are quite specific, that, and in your unitary plan, that nothing can happen unless if it has an adverse effect to the operation of the marina. Right. It is a marina to start first and foremost. Anything else that affects that operation of the marina, and it is affecting it right now. There's massive building going on, but what's happening now is going to be forever. The size of the building and that, while it's all fenced off and that, it's got no relevance to our crews, our yachtsmen, our members of our clubs who have a right under their leases for unobstructed,
unfettered?
Parking, not specific parking, but we have rights to the parking, and so do the marina and the cruise. 1,800 car parks are what the marina is meant to have. No extra car parks have been put in with this 2,000 square metre building. All these consents have been ignored, and that's, Mr. Chairman, why I needed to just give some examples of what's been happening without you people probably knowing, and to highlight when the 17A review comes up that these issues need to be addressed, and people like us need to be spoken to get the scope of. Sorry.
Thank you, Ron. Third question, Councillor Newman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Interesting. So I'm just wondering what has been Panuku's response when you have referred them to the empowering legislation that applies to these locations. that they ought to be aware of when making these decisions, commercial or otherwise? What's been the narrative of their feedback?
We are still waiting a response to meet with the chairwoman of it, and we have had, I had 4 hours notice to go to a Panuku meeting and had to rush through and do a presentation, highlighted these things, but they have not been addressed to us, and that was months ago.
Thank you.
Ewan's the one that-
I see Ewan has arrived. If I can just give you 3 or 4 minutes to outline your case, Ewan. And could I ask you, please, the discussion so far has not been on the terms of reference of the CCO, so if I can ask you to focus on the matter that is before the committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies for lateness. I had to go to a surgery and have some stitches removed. Basically, we're concerned at the approach of the CCOs, and in particular Panuku, as I'm here as Deputy Chair of the Auckland Marina Users Association, and I also hold the position of Chairman of the Westhaven Marina Users Association. We have maybe 4 concerns. The first one is that their apparent failure at consultation and transparency. They have what we would term an unsavoury behaviour towards anybody who questions, or in the community who raises objections to any of their plans, and they have an underlying litigious attitude, i.e. they're asking ratepayers to fund lawyers so that we can ask them questions, and we're unhappy about that. However, that's the way they play, and we would certainly hope that your review would have a close look at that. In some cases, our adverse experience is related to the governing body alone, or in association with the CCO, being Panuku. For an example, we have an apparent failure to adhere to legislation such as the Empowering Act, which exists at Westpark Marina, and granting non-notified consents, which is not the CCO's job, but it's council's, that make no reference to and do not address issues raised by stakeholders. And these are immediate issues that I'd like to raise that this review should look at, because these things are happening right now. And I can point out to you that Panuku Development used to, and now Auckland Council, controls the shares in a trustee company which administers Westhaven on behalf of all beneficiaries. We have an issue with the attitude of the trustees and the fact that beneficiaries are complaining all the time about how they are treated. Now, there are beneficiaries who will be taking this to the FMA because there is a separate body, and there's nothing to do with this review, but you should be aware of the immediacy of some of the problems. And they're asking for an FMA investigation of Westhaven Marina Limited. We would like Auckland Council to include a strong oversight of these legal responsibilities that the CCO has had, and also Council now has, because the ownership has changed as of June last year. And we'd also like to raise the comment that the 3-person panel that you're putting forward may not have the depth of expertise to handle all of the immediate and the long-term issues that are boiling away for Council and the CCOs. And we believe that a 5-person panel would be more beneficial. This is a complicated review. There are going to be a lot of very tricky and horny questions that this review will have to look at. And we think that the time frame may be a little short to be able to deliver an answer on all of them. So there are 2 aspects to that. One is the immediate problem that Panuku is digging a massive hole for Auckland Council, especially if this FMA review gets underway, and all directors and senior officers will then be liable. So we think that the efficiency of service delivery cannot be separated between the CCO and Council, and we would recommend that this review considers that aspect as well. And I thank you for your time. I hope I haven't taken more than 4 minutes.
No, you've done very well, thank you. We'll allow 2 questions on this one. Councillor Cooper.
I was just unsure when you said that Panuku issue consents. they are not a consenting authority. So just because you've said this in a public realm,
Yep.
I just want that to be corrected, because they have to apply for a consent to the Auckland Council just like anybody else.
Yes, they do.
So just what prompted you to say that then?
I understand, well, it was a mistake on my part. I clearly understand that the consent issuer is council. But we see a realm of non-notified consents in the market at the moment. And we think that the separation of the efficiency of service delivery between the CCO and also the governing body is not separate enough. And you have, there is a building being constructed at the moment at West Haven, which we believe has had an unlawful consent.
Okay, so I guess your recourse is to go for a judicial review on that.
Yeah, that would be the case. Last question, Councillor Walker.
The concern that I've got, based on what you're saying, Ewan, is that there are immediate issues that you are raising, and these are legal issues. Quite obviously, I'm making the assumption you're raising them with officers. Have you asked for these issues to be raised with us? That is the governing
Council?
body and council?
Not yet. We've pointed out several times with correspondence over the last, I guess, 6 or 7 months that these issues do exist, and asked what council might do about them. We've had very few responses to that. And one of the ones that concerns us the most is the non-notified consent for exclusive occupation of 3 marinas where dates exceed the expiry of the seabed licence. So that removes anybody's chance of renegotiating the seabed licence when it becomes due, because a council officer has issued a non-notified consent that a private enterprise can maintain that exclusive occupation. Now, we've
Okay,
raised that several
Councillor
times.
Fletcher,
So these-
last question. I'm
these
sorry.
issues
I'm
have
sorry
been
if I can
raised
ask you
to
to
the
wind
Chief
that up. We are getting off the terms of reference and back onto the substantive issues, and that's not the time and the place to do that. But Councillor Fletcher, you haven't had a question, so I'll ask you to ask the final questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mr. Little, I certainly, I'm one who really welcomes this review. I think that there is a great opportunity for council to review the range of work programs that our CCOs perform for us. I think there are issues that we have to take responsibility for, and of course one of the most important is the appointment of directors. What are the sorts of skill sets that you would want to see with those directors going into the future to avoid some of the concerns you've expressed to us today?
That's a difficult question for me to answer, because in the CCO that I've had most experience with has been Panuku, and it's mainly been around marinas. And Panuku, apart from their land operations, and West Haven particularly, has been passed back to council as of end of June. So, excuse me, that's a difficult question. But they need someone who's been involved in the community and can understand what the CCO is attempting to deliver and what does the community need. And I think our experience is that there has not been that consultation at all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask a councillor please to note the contributions by Ron Copeland and Ewan Little, and to thank them, moved by Councillor Wayne Walker, seconded by Councillor Linda Cooper. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentation today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We move now to local board input. There was one request from Kath Hanley from Waiheke, but that has since been withdrawn. Extraordinary items there there's been none notified to me. So we move to item 9 on the agenda, which is the Council-controlled organisations review, approval of the terms of reference. If I can ask Claire Gomez and Alistair Cameron to come to the table, please. The motion relates to agreeing to the terms of reference for the review, noting the timing and phasing, and agreeing the selection criteria for the independent review panel members. I'll move that. Have I got a seconder, please? Councillor Philippina. And Claire, I think we'll ask you to lead off on the paper.
Tēnā koutou, Councillor. As His Worship has just indicated, this report seeks approval for the draft terms of reference for an independently led review of Auckland Council's 5 substantive CCOs, and it also seeks approval and agreement of the criteria for the selection of the independent review panel members. So the draft terms of reference sets out the objectives, the scope and the approach for the proposed review. The review has 2 objectives. That's to ensure that we have an effective and efficient model of service delivery for Auckland Council and Aucklanders, and to ensure that we have a sufficient level of political oversight, public transparency and accountability of the CCOs in their decision making. In developing the draft terms of reference, we did seek input from the councillors at a workshop, and that led to the review focusing on 3 key areas. That's the effectiveness of the CCO model and its roles and responsibilities. Secondly, the accountability mechanisms between the CCOs and the council. And thirdly, the culture of the CCOs and their responsiveness to Aucklanders. Comments were also sought from councillors on the draft terms of reference, and we circulated that to the governing body members and IMSB, and also to the CCOs for their comment. The CCOs have indicated their willingness to be involved and to participate and support the review. The IMSB board has identified a number of issues which we will pass on to the panel members, and they also asked for a couple of inclusions into the draft terms of reference which we have included. Feedback that we have received on the draft terms of reference has highlighted the importance of the community input into the review, and there is a mechanism proposed for that. It's also highlighted that it's important that we understand and look at the role of the directors and the processes around them, and that is included. The issues around brand attribution and whether we are clearly acknowledging Auckland Council's role in supporting the CCOs and funding them has been raised, and we've included that. And I think finally the very real challenge of the timeframe has also been raised by a number of councillors. A number of issues have been raised with regard to CCO performance, individual CCO's performance on matters. We will provide that information to the panel once elected. The second part of the report refers to the panel appointment process and identifies criteria that we would use to help guide the appointment of those members. And again, that has been circulated for your input, and feedback has been included into those. I think that's the main issues that the report deals with, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there anything that you'd like to add to that, Alistair? If not, I think we'll move straight into questions. As you're aware, we have had informal discussions and workshop around the terms of reference, and there has been quite extensive consultation on it. So I think we have captured most of the things that councillors have raised. I've had an approach from a councillor, Councillor Darby, to include a D on the screen, and I'm happy as chair to accept that as an addition to the terms of reference. That's, I think, consistent with what we're trying to do here. But let's deal with questions first, and then we will deal with comments separately. So, questions from Councillor Coombe.
Thank you for the work on this and bringing it together, and it's obviously got a lot of support from councillors. I am interested to know more the feedback, specific feedback that you received from the CCOs, because it does say that in the report. But I do have a specific question that's come via Chair Kath Hanley. So she hasn't come along today, but she did ask that if I could put this out there for discussion. Because the concern that she raised is in terms of the terms of reference. It provides for input from the local boards at the early stage, but when it comes to the draft, there's no mention that the local boards will be informed about the draft or the IMSB. And I think in terms of like the processes that we have developed, aligned with the Joint Governance Working Party, has been that local boards will have an opportunity to see a draft at the same time, so there's no surprises. So my question really is, how will that work in terms of the process so that we can ensure that there is that early input, but that the local boards aren't surprised by what comes out of the draft, and if the process does allow for that ability, whether it's through the Chairs Forum or some mechanism, that we can ensure that everybody on Auckland Council feels part of the process.
Thank you. In terms of the process, we are taking this to the Chairs Forum on the 9th of December for discussion and for a conversation around their involvement. There are actually an issue in terms of the local board's role in representing the communities and being the voice in how they want to, or how we can handle that process with the independent panel, which we also need to consider. In terms of the draft report, this will be an independent panel. We can provide them with a draft copy of the report, but in terms of actually considering the recommendations, that will all happen once the final report is included for both the governing body and for the local boards. And any decisions and anything that's worked through will happen, after the review is completed. So there will be an opportunity for their input and involvement at that point. It is not it won't be the governing body's or the local board's role to direct the independent panel once a draft report is received.
Thank you very much. Councillor Newman.
Good morning. With respect to accountability, the proposed terms of reference, it looks very weighted towards holding, a review in relation to how the CCOs are accountable. I'm just wondering the extent to which the terms of reference provide scope for reviewing the council's success and the appropriateness of the mechanisms that we use to hold the CCOs to account. Do you have any comments on that to start?
Through the Chair, that is, I believe, the point of resolution, the proposed resolution by Councillor Darby up there for number D, which is to kind of address that point, because we did feel it was perhaps not as clear as we had expected in the draft terms of reference.
And I agree with D for that purpose, for that reason. So how in effect will that be achieved? Because do you have any comments on that? Because I did want to delve into this.
Through the Chair, I think how all of this will be achieved will be up to the independent panel and the processes that they propose to undertake.
I think sorry, Councillor Newman.
See, for example, we're getting ourselves into it. Actually, no, I'll leave it for comments rather.
Yeah, I think the important thing about why we are setting up an independent review rather than an in-house review is to ensure that the people with the competencies to make this judgment will make a judgment both of the CCO's performance, but also our performance of our accountability requirements and obligations, and whether the mechanisms can work. So it's important to say for the review to indicate whether council could be utilising existing mechanisms more effectively, or whether we need further mechanisms. And of course, they will review the mechanisms that we have recently put in place with the Oversight Committee and the system of liaison councillors. Both of those will have been working for about 5 months by the time the independent review gives the report. But it is to review everything from both ends of it. So it's not simply a case of saying the CCOs haven't been doing this. It may be a case of saying, well, the council had these mechanisms but did not adequately utilise them, and these are our recommendations, but they will be independent of us. Councillor Walker.
I've got about 3 or 4 questions, and I think Alistair and Pep probably are familiar with some of them. So the first question is around the information that we're going to be providing that will be informing the review, and I'm thinking particularly about information that the public are going to have. And I think the context around that is, I would suggest that the public are very poorly informed about the CCOs, about the council, about the relationship with the CCOs, about what the CCOs do. So are we going to be putting some information out there? So, for example, if I look at RFA.
Sorry, councillor, can I just apologise for interrupting? Can you just come to the question so that the officers have a clear idea of what you're asking?
The question is around what information we're going to be putting out there that will be informing the public so they are better able to engage.
Thank you. We'll just take the questions one at a time.
I think the first point to note is that the terms of reference contained an expectation that there will be public engagement so that the independent panel will get the views of the public. We've started discussions with our internal engagement team to see how we could support the independent panel in that regard, and those conversations have basically suggested, like in a 10-year budget or an annual plan consultation, that there's got to be sufficient information provided to the public to allow for a meaningful response to come back. Now, what information that will be hasn't been determined yet. We're still working that up. So I guess all I can tell you at this stage is that the intention is to provide sufficient information with whatever consultation mechanism is developed to support the independent panel.
Thank you. Question 2.
The other question just goes to timing. If we have issues that are brought up by submitters that really require immediate attention, they could be over legal matters, they could be over a variety of matters, what provision is there to deal with such instances?
I think my response to that through the chair would be that if they're matters that require actual legal action, they're probably not matters that should be dealt with by the review, but probably subject to separate proceedings. Through this process, we may discover performance-related matters that you, as a governing body, may want to deal with directly with the CCOs, or that there may be separate legal proceedings that need to take place. The fact that those examples exist, I think, would be information that the panel would take into account, but I don't think it's for the independent panel to resolve those issues.
Okay.
Thank you. Third question. We'll make this the last one if I can, councillor, before we go to other councillors.
This question just goes to some of these serious matters. So there may be matters that members of the public wish to raise with an element of confidentiality. Is there going to be some provision, some kind of whistleblower provision within what is proposed so that people can be free and frank?
I may throw this to my colleague, but I think we did have a discussion about this as a team the other day, because I think there may be some members of the public who would want that ability. There's some practicalities that will need to be considered, such as once council has hold of such information, then it's subject to the Lagoima provisions. Are they adequate to keep that information safe? But I think as a matter of principle, it would probably be sensible to have some form of public engagement where if people wanted to keep their views confidential for whatever matter, then we could look to do that. How we do that in practice is something that we need to work through.
Thank you.
And the last question...
Well, sorry, can I come back to the last question because I want to give everybody a chance to ask. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You actually asked the first question. So we are looking at both ends, CCOs and council, for that review, and the process statements of intent memorandum understanding has been included. So thank you for answering that one. The second question is the interaction between the review panel, the independent review panel, and the oversight committee as set up this term. The linkages there will there be discussions between the panel and the oversight committee, or you just think the report arrives at the end and then there are discussions at that point?
Whatever you collectively want.
I think the idea was that we were going to have progress reports, and the progress reports would come to the oversight committee, and I think that would be useful actually. Even though the panel has to be seen as independent, but it will want to have interaction with the people most affected by the relationship with the CCOs. So I would imagine, Alistair, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but they would come to the oversight committee, and there would be a discussion at that level.
Now that I've been advised, I can confirm that the update report will come to the Oversight Committee.
Spoken like a good civil servant.
Thank you, Alistair.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a very quick question is how many experts we are going to appointing for this panel? Do you have a planning?
The draft terms of reference, I think they provide for up to 4 members. It's going to depend on availability and level of interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor, for the inclusion of the D. Thanks, staff, for working that out. Just on that, I'm aware of the accountability policy that we have for CCOs and the accountability provisions under the legislation. And then there's the additional accountability provisions under Section 91. Do we, just on that, to be honest, on the D, do we fully exercise that Section 91 requiring all the CCOs other than Auckland Transport to have a 10-year plan, a service level plan, an asset renewal plan? As I'm not sure whether you might recollect that detail, and I don't expect you to recollect the legislation, Alistair, but do we exercise that additional accountability provision under Section 91?
Through the chair, not at present. In effect, the 10-year budget was seen as a mechanism for sort of providing that sort of group planning. So that is a current mechanism that isn't in use. Whether there is value in that is something that the panel can look at.
Will now be flushed out through the review. Thank you. Given 2 questions further.
Yep.
Given the review could lead to a recommendation from the panel for legislative change, what consideration has been given to the importance of getting the buy-in of the current government, Minister of Local Government?
I might be better placed to answer that, Councillor. At the beginning of the process, actually long before the Council has considered it formally, I spoke to the Minister of Local Government and other ministers to say I intend to propose this review, and we need you to be informed at the beginning of the process, because this process may lead to legislative change, and we want you to have an input to it and to be comfortable with it. And then I spoke to the Minister again more recently. She hasn't asked for direct input into it, but she believes that the review is a good idea and would be collaborative in implementing recommendations by the Council, but that of course is subject to the concurrence of her colleagues. But we've kept the central government informed precisely because part of the recommendations of the review committee may be that there is a requirement for legislative change, and it's important that that happened.
So, question following that then, are we going to run these terms of reference past the Minister and get at least sort of some informal confirmation? Is that the intent?
The terms of reference I explained to the Minister in broad terms, not the specific terms set out here, but once this Council has made its decision, I would provide the Minister with a copy of the terms of reference. But it's for us to set the terms of reference. I needed their concurrence with the concept of the review, and that may, and the emphasis is on may, require legislative change. The problem with legislative change, as you and I and everybody else is aware, is that generally takes a period of time. It could be a year, 2 years. So as much as possible, depending on what the independent review comes up with, we'll want to make changes within the existing law, but we leave open the prospect that the law may need to be changed, and we'd seek government concurrence and support for that.
Thank you, appreciate that. Final question, just in terms of the budget to undertake the review, and I thank Councillor Simpson, Chair of Finance, for getting back to me promptly this morning, after I asked the question this morning. The budget is from existing budgets and the governance budget. Now, that necessitates reprioritisation. So I'm not aware of what else exists in that budget and what might need to be reprioritised. If it's not that budget through a reprioritisation, it has to come out of a budget reset. So at the moment, we've got some estimates on what this might cost. But I would be interested in knowing what gives in the governance pool of work streams to allow this work to proceed.
I am conscious while I was answering this, I've got my boss and one of my governance division lead team colleagues sitting at the top table. This may be news to her. I have discussed this with Phil Wilson. As the report says, the budget is currently unbudgeted. We think we should be able to fund a vast chunk of the estimate from programs which there are underspends and other projects where we think we can get most of it from. If we get to a point where we think we can't fund the whole thing, or if we get a bit more clarity around the costs, then we will come back to you at either a sort of half-year budget update or at some stage to have a discussion about where that money comes from. But as of today, we think that we can fund a vast bulk of this from underspends in other areas.
Thank you.
On that, can we get a memo out as to what that budget looks like? Because I want to know what is underspent and what is planned to be spent and what's going to give if we need to prioritise this.
Do you want to comment at this stage? Okay, I think if we do it by, we'll get a memo out to you rather than ask Marguerite to speculate on it. Can I just come back to the question that I answered? I'm also conscious of the fact that, Claire, you've met with DIA to talk through the terms of reference. Is there anything that you want to report on that discussion?
Just through the chair, we did meet with staff from Department of Internal Affairs. They are very comfortable at the moment. They want to be kept informed of the process. We offered them the opportunity of meeting with the independent panel at a various point if they thought that was appropriate, and we've agreed to keep them informed the whole way through the process.
Thank you very much. On the budgetary matter, I think most councillors around here have indicated to me that they regard this as a priority. And certainly that's what the electorate has indicated. And if that means that other things that are lesser priorities have to go by the board, that's fine. I understand your question is what might go by the board, and we can get a clearer answer on that one. Councillor Watson.
Mayor, so that's reassuring to hear. They won't have to go through the process of having to make a bid through the annual plan like some of the major policy work to do with marina strategies having to go through, so I'm glad to hear that. My question goes to point 27 and engaging with community and stakeholders, and in particular the focus of the panel on CCO boards and senior executives from the CCOs. So I'm just wondering, given the the personnel and time constraints, what the ability is in that process to actually engage with people that work in the CCOs or have worked in some of the CCOs in the past. And I say that because certainly in reviews of educational institutions, it's often the people on the ground or the people with institutional knowledge that have the most valuable contributions to make if you're looking as to performance and improvement and what's happened on the ground. So, what capacity will there be for people further down the ladder to input within the CCOs, and B, what protection or otherwise might then be provided to allow people to come forward and to make honest and open assessments of information, because clearly they would be in an invidious position if they had anything critical to say.
Through the chair, taking your last point first, I think I said earlier we'll look at a mechanism where those that want to provide information confidentially can. With regard to the capacity for all staff members of the CCOs to engage, the terms of reference don't get down to that level of granularity.
Not all
those that want to. It will be there will be an aspect of public engagement in it, and similar to a 10-year budget consultation, council and CCO staff are free to participate in that as they wish.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thank you. And obviously, no doubt, we all believe that we can all be doing better, and CCOs can be doing better. But apart from the D and a few other clauses in here, how will the review come back at us or all of us about how we can all improve? I mean, I can think of 3 examples of times we have had massive perceived issues or issues we believe are problems with the CCOs that actually were our decisions, such as the safer speeds, which was unanimous, such as land sales that targets that Panuku tried to bring back to us that we have unanimously supported as part of a budget process, and other things through the letter of expectation that when it starts being implemented we don't like. So how will it actually be black and white on the issue is more around how we respond to what we ask CCO? You know, is it going to be a two-way relationship issue, or is it just going to be about how CCOs can improve?
Through the chair, I think the intent of the review is that it is a two-way relationship and that it looks at both parties, and we'd expect any recommendations that come back to be very clear if there are issues on either side that need to be addressed.
I think through the chair, I'd add to that there is a specific bullet point within the terms of reference, or 2. Is council clear about the purpose of each of its CCOs? And the next bullet point, is the purpose still current, and is there adequate direction provided to the CCOs by the council? And I think that covers a lot of the issues that you're sort of raising here. So a focus of the review will be looking at do collectively we as a council provide sufficient direction about what we want the CCOs to achieve, and is there appropriate accountability mechanisms to see whether or not they're achieving that?
I think it is really important to stress that this review looks at both ends of the relationship. We're not simply pointing the finger at one end and saying you're not doing this. We're also looking at whether we are fulfilling our role and whether the mechanisms are in place to ensure that that happens appropriately. Councillor Dalton.
My question was similar, actually, and you might have clarified it in that point, Mr. Mayor. It is about what we've talked about earlier, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday morning. Councillor Darby raised it, was around the policy settings of us. And we can get, D doesn't just quite cover it from my perspective either. We're looking at exercising the current accountability provisions appropriately. We're here, do our directors come into informing the policy, there's 2 pieces here. One is around the policy settings and the instructions that have been given to the CCOs. And the second part is around creating the efficiencies, which I'm assuming the Director of Finance and strategy will all have input into. So that's part of the process that the directors are informing their knowledge into efficiencies that can be gained along the way and the policy settings of this council.
Through the chair, the last bullet point before engaging with stakeholders in Auckland on page, I'm not sure what it is on your page, sorry, refers to how well do the CCOs provide advice to the council. That goes some way to addressing the question that you've asked. It could be made more explicit around in terms of policy advice, or similarly we could add that in that wording if the council saw fit.
Yeah. I think the idea is that this review is pretty all-encompassing, and you know, certainly the message that we would give to the appointees on the panel is that we want an absolutely free and frank report and recommendation, looking at all aspects of the of our recommendations, but they also have the ability to go beyond that. And given that it is independent, we're not about to constrain their ability to report freely and frankly, even if we don't like the advice. You know. Right, Councillor Henderson. Last question, I think.
Cool, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just referring to point 28 around our timeframes with a deadline of 30th of July, could I maybe ask you to talk us through that in greater detail, because it seems like such an all-encompassing review is subject to quite a tight timeframe. So maybe talk us in more detail about that.
Through the chair, it is a challenging timeframe for us to complete. That timeframe has been set because if there are any substantial changes that we may want to consider, that needs to go through the long-term plan or 10-year budget process and provide, so it has to sort of fit within that timeframe. I think the other consideration is that these matters are unsettling for staff, both in the CCO world and, you know, in the market from a commercial perspective. It's important that we sort of undertake it in a timely manner.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Worship. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to ask...
All those things.
Yeah, all of the above. All of the above. I wanted to ask, some of the concern out in the community is that with the CCO model, it's prioritising commercial interests as opposed, versus community interests. Do you think under the CCO accountability and the terms of reference that we're enabling a good enough analysis of that, of the commercial versus community to come through, to be picked up in this kind of, review?
Through the chair, under the CCO accountability section, there is a bullet point in there that says, are there adequate guidelines for when the CCO should be operating as commercial entities and when they should be prioritising the public good? That is meant to capture that issue.
Okay, so, because it's just looking at whether there are adequate guidelines, is that going to be enough to pick up this kind of robust discussion that needs to happen about this situation?
My colleague might have something to add to this, but from my perspective, I think those guidelines coupled with, the adequacy of advice when you collectively are making decisions is kind of the key to this. So when you're making decisions to give directions to the CCOs has the impact of, commercial decisions versus the public good being adequately, or the consequences or advice on that being provided to you so you can make an informed decision. I think holistically, the intention is for the review to look at those issues, and that should cover off the point that you're raising.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I in asking this question, I won't take up the time later in speaking to it because I sincerely welcome this. I think that the process you have undertaken since the election is one to be truly welcomed, and I give you my full support for it. But my interest and perhaps my question was triggered by that of Councillor Hills. I mean, there's been quite a bit of discussion, and you have given us the confidence that it is going to be a two-way street in terms of those roles and responsibilities that we have as elected members. But on that point, do you see this flowing into the work that is undertaken by Democracy Services in helping alert councillors of when there are decisions that are going to be of great significance, that there might be flow-on impacts, that we are having sufficient information at that time? I'll use an example which falls outside of the period of your tenure as mayor, but we don't want situations where councillors have a case of voters' remorse once a difficult decision is taken, say Ihumātao with the special housing area. We do need almost a trigger to say, this has budgetary implications, this has CCO implications, this is going towards the statements of intent. Do you feel that in the way that we prepare reports and decisions are being taken, that councillors are sufficiently well aware of what the voter implications of those policy decisions might be? Or is that something that you see as an additional stream of work that flows along in parallel path to this?
That's directed my way. I think the important change is the one that we agreed to at the last meeting, which is the role of liaison councillors, because that will give us early warning of issues that the CCOs might raise, looking at it through a particular lens, this is the problem, we're going to deliver this, but without being aware of what the community response or reaction may be. And I think liaison councillors, and we will have the trial of that before we get the results of the review, will enable us to pick up those issues earlier and for the CCOs to be alerted to implications of a decision that they may be considering at a much earlier stage. Now, I just want to be very clear on that. The liaison councillor's role is not one of a deemed director. Apart from for Auckland Transport, we don't have the power to appoint deemed directors, but they are to communicate concerns that we may have so that they can be properly considered by the chair and the board of directors. And I think that will probably, you know, just thinking off the cuff, that will probably be potentially the most effective way of alerting the boards to a potential problem and to us to what the boards might be thinking that have implications that need to be fed back here at an early stage. Now, no system is perfect, but I think that will genuinely help.
I appreciate that, and without taking the time of council now, I mean, we had the opportunity, which I welcomed, at your mayor's meeting yesterday to traverse a number of other issues, so I'm just assuming that those will flow on. Thank you.
Absolutely. They will continue through the term. Right, I have no further questions, so it comes now for, Councillor Walker, you had a last question.
Just follows on from Shane Henderson's question. Is there a possibility of moving the time frame out a little, given that as far as the long-term plan is concerned, we're not determining the consultation items until December? So we have got a bit of scope, haven't we?
Through the chair, if there are changes that are proposed by the review that the council wants to consider and take forward, there might still be a significant amount of work to actually develop up those proposals and what it would look like and what you would need as part of your consultation process. So that time frame there allows for that to happen. If we get the review later and there are recommendations, we might not be able to actually undertake the work that is required that you need to do for a consultation process and to prove the kind of business case of it.
Thank you very much. We'll come now to comment, and if I can just, I just want to pick up on Councillor Walker's comment. I know it's a genuine concern. There are several reasons why we need to move quite quickly on this. The first is so that we can then utilise the consultation processes under the long-term plan next year, which means that we need the report by July. The second thing is, if this is a prolonged report, we'll be more than halfway through a term before we start to act on the changes that we and the public deem to be necessary. So there is some urgency in us making these decisions. Thirdly, if you want to get high quality people for the panel, you may not have the opportunity to have access to as wide a spectrum of people that you could consider if it's going to be prolonged. And also, I think there's a question of cost. I think that we're all ready to pay the cost of this, but if you made it twice as long, then the costs could well be twice as much. And it also induces a degree of uncertainty in the staff in those organisations that Claire has referred to. So I think that's a significant point, Councillor, and deserved a full answer on it. But thank you for making that point. Right, comments now. I've got Councillor Watson.
Thank you,
Councillor Walker, could I please just get you to turn your mic off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your initiative in bringing this before us today. And I just wanted to start up by saying a little bit about that general context that is discussed in passing in the agenda item, particularly the notion that that you as the Mayor signalled the need for an independent review of the CCOs and picking up in public opinion, which is quite right. But I think if we're to put it in a more accurate context, those concerns have been around for quite some time. In fact, they've been there since the very start of the Super City, and I think it's important to actually recognise that. I actually wrote to the Minister of Local Government last year asking for a review of the whole super city structure, not just the CCOs, and there have been other people, other councillors have done that over the years as well. And if we're talking about budgets and whatnot, I thought that was appropriate given that the super city and the CCO model, which is a big part of the super city, was imposed upon Auckland. When it was set up, the Auckland ratepayers paid, not too far south, I think, of $200 million for that setup cost, and here we are now paying a substantial sum of money for the review. And I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that in the absence of anyone putting up their hand to do otherwise, we don't have a choice there. So I commend you for that. But I think that's an important context to take into terms here. That so it is our review. It should be reflecting what our people think, and we should be looking to act on what comes back. Because for far too long we have been a rather passive entity in the whole CCO structure as far as I'm concerned. If we take that wider context too, as far as the terms of reference and the ability to comment on the model, I think that's important. For right at the start again, we had people like Professor Ian Shirley, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Auckland AUT University and Professor of Public Policy, that was going through in 2010 and pointing out in some detail the exact shortcomings of this model, particularly as it went to the CCOs. And over the last 9 years, he's been proven to be correct in any number of areas. So I think that general context of concern, if anything, and I think the Mayor picked that up in the election, has only grown. So that's an important thing to concede right at the start. As far as the draft terms of reference go, the reviewers are going to be considering the model, as I said, the CCO accountability, and this rather intangible culture of the CCOs, which we as well, I do anyway as an elected representative, hear quite a lot about. And I tend to hear them from a very identifiable range of CCOs over and over it again. And as our submitters this morning said, some people's contact with these CCOs and their expertise goes back years, as in some detail. So I'm really hopeful that that detailed case history is picked up, because if there's anything that's an insight into the world of the CCO, both good and bad, both sides of the coin here, but in some cases a lot more bad than good with some of them, and vice versa with others. I hope that capacity to pick that up is provided for. As far as the expectations of what the review will deliver, and that's an important point, I think. Already we've had a few naysayers in terms of the review and its focus. People like, I think Matthew Hooton was talking in one of the publications about how at the end of this, he can see nothing but the status quo being maintained and just a few presentational tweaks. I think the expectation is a lot more than that this time round. And again, he and others have talked about the essential failings of the model, in his case quite humorously talking to the worst of both worlds, Soviet-style centralisation and then non-accountable kind of corporates both chucked in together, so you've got the worst case. So I guess, Mr. Mayor, what I will say that as far as I can see, the terms of reference seem to be reasonably thorough. They seem to provide that opportunity for the public and others within the organisations to submit. But I guess I would just signal at this case, without prejudging anything, that there is a mood for change here, and that the kind of scenario that Mr. Hooton outlined of a few presentational tweaks isn't going to cut it this time round. So I commend you for the review, and I certainly look forward to what comes back in for us to consider.
Thank you, and Mr. Hooton has been wrong about a lot of things, and he'll be wrong again. Councillor Simpson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Look, CCOs, 75% of our business approximately, and 55% of our operational budget, and very little control. So I absolutely, even though the second word in the name of the organisations is control, I absolutely welcome this review and commend you for what you've done to get it to this point. I absolutely commend that we get on with it. I certainly wouldn't want to see it delayed. If there's one word I'm hearing, and we've all just been through an election period on the street, it's problems with our CCOs, and they make us look bad, and I believe, on many occasions. I want this to be a review that clearly uses people that have got sound good governance experience and understand how a model could work, and we have those people. I think we have those people out in the wider community. They haven't been identified, of course, but we've all been asked to feed through names. And the fact that it is independent and it is looking at both sides, I think adds further credibility. On top of that, we've got our CCO Oversight Committee, and I think that will also highlight an opportunity for us to do better in that space. We're all on that. And so collectively, I think we will sort of feed by default a little bit from the bottom up regularly in those meetings, I think, as well. But this independent review, I think, is welcomed by pretty much the majority of Aucklanders, and I say let's just get on and do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
So I just start off by commending you, Mr. Mayor, in allowing this review. So in my questions, I raised a number of things, and now I'll speak to them. So first off, I think it is going to be incredibly important for us to put some information out there that gives people a very clear idea now of how council and the CCOs function. For example, RFA is a charitable trust, we've got limited companies and the like. We've got a significant overlap on the part of some of the CCOs like RFA in terms of its delivery, with delivery across council departments. I think it's important that people have a clear idea of what the cost of the CCOs is, the cost of the boards and so on, because that will help to inform them. Because as Councillor Watson pointed out, there was a model that was imposed on us, and that does not mean that there are not other models that are satisfactory and could work. So in that respect, it's also important that we inform people about things like the Stafford report into the cultural review of RFA and its recommendations, because that fits. I'd suggest it's also important, as Councillor Watson mentioned, that there be an opportunity for people to give specific examples and case studies, because that will inform the reviewers. But given that this information is going to be public, it will also inform the wider public, because obviously they are going to have an interest in the review, and it will also inform us, and I think that's important. The other comment I'd make is that certainly from my engagement with CCOs, there's a lot of complication there, because they exist alongside us. There are issues around governments, there are issues around finance, there are legal issues and so on. So it's going to be really important to have some kind of templating, so that in respect of how people submit and engage, the task of the reviewers is made a little bit more easily. I'd certainly invite some response around that, but I think that's essential. I don't think we've had anything like this in any of the terms of this council thus far. So it's fresh territory and not something that many people will have engaged with. And lastly, it's going to be essential to have some kind of whistleblower facility, because there will be people within these organisations that want to make comment, and there will be people outside in the community that will want to make comment, but they may not want their names mentioned, because they may have business dealings with these CCOs. Bear in mind that there are huge numbers of companies in Auckland, and I mean huge, that engage with these CCOs because they are effectively amongst some of the biggest companies. Well, some of them are companies, but some of them aren't. Watercare is obviously a company in New Zealand. So those dealings need to be confidential, because people could conceivably lose contracts, and some of those contracts are substantial.
Thank you very much, councillors, and can I commend councillors for not using their full time? It's not compulsory to go for 5 minutes. Councillor Newman.
Thank you. My apologies, Your Worship, I wasn't able to make yesterday's discussion. I too commend the review. I mean, my concern actually is I worry that the review could be a bit beige, that there needs to be real reform here, real change. The objectives are very, very diplomatically nuanced. I mean, I'll put my hand up and say that I would really question the appropriateness of, for example, RFA sitting out on its own as a standalone CCO, Panuku, a Teed, by way of example. But hopefully this review will identify the appropriateness of those CCOs as standalone entities in the future. And what needs to emerge from that, if there isn't a need for those CCOs, is that legislation needs to be drafted by us, ready for the Minister of Local Government to take to Cabinet to give effect to that, because that will require a process, and Your Worship, you've identified the need for that process to be one which faces a lot of other legislative issues that need to be addressed by Cabinet and Parliament at the same time. I agree with D, and I want to thank Councillor Darby for raising it. In some respects, I agree with Councillor Hills and what he said in relation to the councillor's role here in the decision making, in the accountability relationship. The decisions that we have taken, the decisions that we actually haven't participated in or haven't commented on. The Panuku adopts a reward philosophy and framework in 2017. $450,000 have been paid out. We made no comment about that in 2 letters of expectation subsequent. RFA goes through a negotiation with third parties around stadia reform, redevelopment of stadia that are not funded, which don't have the budget for funding, which would need to come back to the governing body. Yet the culture of RFA provides for that. We have the opportunity to have 2 elected members sitting on the board of Auckland Transport as deemed directors, but we haven't taken up that opportunity. So there is a need for D to be properly incorporated, and for us to assess our own function and our own accountability provisions, and to reflect back in a timely way how we give effect to the task of stewardship from a governance perspective. So I commend the D, which has been put up, but I would say that I worry about whether we're going to be sufficiently bold, and I worry about the timeliness of the reform that I think will be required subsequent.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And our CCOs are 10 years young. They're a creature of statute. We've been monitoring them at arm's length for those 10 years. And I think the point brought up by Councillor Newman is quite correct. Sometimes we have been, the arm's been too long. However, baby and bathwater comes to mind here. You know, we need to work with the CCOs through this process. This is not something we're going to do to them. We need to work it out with them and with this panel as well. It's a collaborative manner of working forward, using the external experts, using our own internal knowledge through the Oversight Committee and the CCO's internal knowledge. There's an abject need for reform, but an object need to deliver a better outcome, and one that the public and the communities sign up to more readily. And part of that is our role. So, Mr. Mayor, this is a good start. It's going to be short and relatively sharp, and we need to deliver it with a complete focus on the community and best outcomes for the long term. And these sorts of reviews are healthy in the context and need to remain healthy in their delivery.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the short and sharp comment. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm absolutely supportive of the review. I think a decade almost of Auckland Council is the right time to do this. I think it's all about bettering all sides of the relationship, and the main people it is for our communities. And I think they need to be able to understand and see more of what we all do, including the CCOs, and how this can help that relationship and promotion and communication back to the public. The other things I'm really supportive of is a move away from some of the corporate, maybe things like bonuses, things like conflicts of interest, things that maybe are assumed in the business world that shouldn't be assumed to be okay within a council or public framework. I know that being on appointment panels, I've really enjoyed that, selecting directors, but my focus has always been selecting people who are passionate and good on the subject matter or the CCO that we are selecting those people. I've not been interested in putting people forward who are just good directors, who have good experience in directors, because it's a public-facing entity and it should be about the people, not necessarily directors of businesses and things. But I will say that we have to be careful what we wish for, and I guess my concerns and the concerns of my community around CCOs are often caused by us or local boards or confusing situations. And I'll just give a couple quick examples. You know, obviously the unlock and transform areas in our community have been controversial, have been divisive, and Panuku has been laid the blame for Takapuna and the issues there. It's always Panuku, it's always Panuku. But the problem is that a local board asked for that work to be done. The last council unanimously asked for that work to be done. This council then asked for that work to be done. Panuku did more consultation than any other unlock or transform around the whole city. And then when the consultation was done, the public were in favour. But the rhetoric and the abuse by some elected members, like the absolute abuse of Panuku staff by some elected members, that if those elected members were employed people of this organisation, they would have had disciplinary action against them, was all aimed at Panuku. And in the end of the day, we asked, and every part of the organisation asked for those things to happen. Panuku was just following our democratic decisions, and then people didn't like that. Things around Auckland Transport, if we are making some of those decisions, that will be hard. I know that elected members around this table and previously and around local boards don't like necessarily making the hard decisions around car parks or bus lanes or cycle lanes or safety that Auckland Transport has to make based on evidence and based on the fact that we as a body unanimously support Vision Zero, unanimously supported the safer speeds, unanimously supported safety as a top priority for Auckland Transport. Then when they start implementing those decisions, we then find the easy way to stand on the front page of the paper with our arms crossed, bagging the actual implementation. So yes, it's not perfect. Yes, there are massive issues, and sometimes I get frustrated, and I have also bagged a situation where I have felt like I hadn't had the information or the decision making that I wanted. But most of the time, we have to look back on where that decision's come from and if it fits within. And those things happen with departments that are council run too, say parks or community facilities. That frustration happens, and we're in control of those decisions completely. So I think sometimes we have to look for solutions. Say the stadium debate, if that comes up again, we've heard a lot of opposition and confusion around that, but I'm still not hearing solutions on what to do in the future of, say, stadiums, say safety, say the city centre, when we don't like those things. So I think there's a lot of work the CCOs can do, but we have to be careful that we are not just using them as scapegoats, and we have to kind of grow up and make sure that we get exactly what we want, but we also back the CCOs when we've asked them to do something, and the public start turning on those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I too want to commend you in calling for this review. I think it is timely, it is great, it is healthy work. I also just want to commend my colleague here to my right. I thought that was fantastic, and I agree with all those points. Quite apart from the legislative framework governing this that we're all well aware of, I mentioned in the past that the relationship with local boards should be specifically named in the terms of reference, and I hope that we can at least take the spirit of that forward when we're doing the review. And I did this because in many cases, particularly with Auckland Transport, but some other CCOs as well, the issues that communities have with CCOs have come through local boards and actually belong to that governance arm. In some cases, local residents have expected something to be done about their issues through the local board, who feel powerless because they see CCOs as unaccountable and not acting on something. So local board members can sometimes be caught in the middle between an angry public and a CCO that is not going to address the needs of that angry public. The other comment I have is that we are considering whether CCO or its function should be in fact separate rather than delivered in-house as part of this review. That can have huge financial implications for us, and I hope that this tight time frame actually gives us the chance to receive and consider sound financial advice on that. I also just want to address one last point. So I support Councillor Hills and his point here that CCOs adopting the trappings of corporate entities. That can be a concerning development, and I actually applaud the cultural aspect of this review here as well, that CCOs are seeing themselves as doing a public service in the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
So while I do support this, directive, I can't help but think that really looking at the CCOs without looking at the whole of the organisation, and I do acknowledge the words of Councillor Hills as well, is not going to deliver the result that we really should be expecting out of this work. I think without even with the D there, I think we're probably going to get some surprises out of this review that are going to shine the light right back on the core council, and we won't be immune from a really good solid criticism of ourselves, is my hunch. I mean, today we're hearing that a whole section of the legislation from 2009 in terms of the additional accountability provisions is not being exercised. The last quarterly CCO report, we had only half of the councillors here asking questions of the CCOs. And then we say they're out of control or they're beyond control, etc. But when we are required to turn up to exercise a level of control, there's not too many of us here. So I think all of that will be flushed out in this review as well. But for me, at the core of this is, and I think the public disquiet which we're representing here is symptomatic of a broader disquiet about the whole of the council. And that's very difficult as elected members who have just got over the line in a vote to think about reviewing the whole of the council. But let's keep in mind that 65% of registered voters did not vote in getting us over the line. 65%, it's a massive number of people who are not participating. And that goes right back to what the Royal Commission said, that created the legislation that allows us to be two systemic problems. One of the key systemic problems was the lack of public engagement. I think it stems back to that. That's my feeling, is that it stems back to this disenfranchisement. People don't feel like they have a place in the shaping of Auckland. And I think we've got much bigger work to do than just the CCO review. And one thing that I would probably like us to have a much bigger discussion about is looking on the 10th anniversary of the legislation from 2009, and then when it really, the new structures came into being in 10, in late 10, is looking at a review of the whole of the legislation and having a discussion with government about their buy-in to that. They should be very interested. That brought 7 cities into a big city. Now we're recognising that Auckland's a global city. It's going to be contributing disproportionately to the nation's GDP in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years hence. Government should be interested in the success of Auckland. I certainly am, and I know all my colleagues are really interested in the success of Auckland. But unless we go back and, with government, ask for a much bigger review, we will not know whether the structure that was delivered to us 10 years ago is the proper framework for governance in Auckland and the bright future of Auckland. So On that note, I probably want to leave this discussion in an area where we can explore further with the government a much fuller review of the legislation. The legislation at the time was suggested to be to be able to endure some 50 years. Well, when you're 20% of the way in, you really need to check where you're going. Do you have the right structure for Auckland? And for me, that is the big question. It is not just pointing the finger or suggesting that the problem is over there with the CCOs. I think it's a lot deeper than that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Your Worship. I commend and support the terms of reference and the review. I think it's appropriate and timely. My comment is for the officers and executive leadership team to be mindful of the communications to the public during this process. I feel that information sharing and continuing to communicate the process and where we're at is absolutely critical to helping our community understand. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very quick points. I'm not going to go over what everybody said. I do, however, want to say that I don't envy the job the independent panel will have. One of the key things for me, listening to what's been said around this table, is that if people are going to forward reports, their views around what's happened with some of the CCOs, well then hopefully it's evidentially based and it's not them just mouthing off like some of them have when we've come to with deputations from the community. So one is about evidentially based. If you're going to do that to the panels, well then make sure you have the evidence around it. The other thing, Your Worship, is it's good listening to the councillors around the table agreeing to this review. I'm trying to figure out how we can put the cost that we all know that's in the report, in the recommendations, because no way do I want then people to go on social media around this table saying, no, look, I didn't think it was going to be this much and I don't support it as a result. So, look, Your Worship, I'm trying to sort of figure out how, I know it's been mentioned in the bulk of the report, you know, I mean, but we need to be realistic, and this is what the councillors have said around this table, and yourself. We need to be realistic in regards to it. We know that it's going to cost us and in turn the ratepayers money to do this review. So I want to I want to make sure that it's transparent to our community that, look, this is the cost that we're looking at. So, Your Worship, in closing, I just wanted to find out how we can actually put that, so then our community know that, yes, we've undertaken this review, and this is the estimated cost at least that we have. So, Your Worship, I, like everybody else, is applauding the fact that you've started this, but I just want to make sure that everybody around here knows the realities around how much it's going to cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and I think I read the headline that said up to $800,000 in costs, so the media and the public have been advised of that. And interestingly, ever since, I've received not one word of criticism that we're undertaking this review. So I think the public is on side, and I think that's important. Councillor Coombe is the last person I have on the list at the moment. That'll inject a few more names to come up. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, Your Worship the Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to offer my support as well to this motion and getting behind the review. It's very timely. It is a huge job, and I recognise that. Got to satisfy a lot of issues, and I appreciate, in terms of supporting this, I did just want to make a comment in going back to the whole purpose of the legislation that set up Auckland, and it was done in a way to corporatise Auckland and was set up very deliberately to remove decision makers and democracy from the model. And so we have struggled for a long time to make it work. And I think we have heard of lots of different examples, and I'm sure a lot of them are going to come through the review. And one I just wanted to highlight was that the whole structure was on the basis that politicians are not very good at making strategic decisions. But if you look at one example in terms of delivering on cycle lanes, which obviously is something I'm very passionate about, in Christchurch, they're ahead of their program. Politicians have made those decisions directly, they've guided the strategy, they've done the delivery, and they have achieved far more than Auckland has. Unfortunately, in Auckland, we got the CCO got bogged down in its own politics and wasn't able to deliver on the promise of the model. So we didn't get the best of either world. We had politicians removed from the decision making, and I think we wouldn't have a program that's 3 years behind schedule if we had direct decision making right the way through. So I did just feel that I wanted to bring that to in terms of one of the reasons that we need to do this review, because I think we either have got to get the model working properly in the way that it was intended. And one provision that I always come back to that we have never utilised, and I know I'm coming from a local board perspective, but very clearly in the provisions it says that the governing body can direct CCOs, Auckland Transport, to act in accordance with local board plans. That provision has been there for 9 years and we have never ever utilised it. So we've given particularly Auckland Transport the ability to completely ignore our local board plans, which to me that's a big failing of the model. So I think this review will be really good in looking at what we can actually make work with what we've got, what needs to change, and also how we can separate out the perception from the reality and look also at how we can, as a governing body, operate far more effectively as well. And I tautoko the comments of Councillor Hills in that regard, and also Councillor Darby in terms of the bigger picture and what really needs to be looked at fundamentally. So I just wanted to add those comments to supporting the review, and thank you, Mr Mayor, for leading this work.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you. I'll be voting in support of this recommendation. There's widespread concern with Aucklanders in terms of non-elected bodies making operational decisions, and a feeling of being marginalised, not being listened to, and are they really getting value for money? So, you know, CCOs are still public bodies, they're funded by Aucklanders, they should be accountable to Aucklanders. Maybe the structure isn't right, maybe the setup isn't perfect, but we need to present to Aucklanders some alternatives, something to think about to get better value for money across the Auckland Council group. So let's hope we deliver that. Hopefully, what I'd like to see at the end of the implementation of the recommendations will be a turn in the dial in the trust and confidence of Aucklanders in Auckland Council and her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Good to see that everybody around the table is all singing from the same song, and we all realise it needs to be a review. One of the things that I'm just a little bit concerned about, with the interviewing of the panel, who is it around the council table? Is it the whole council that is going to interview those that are going to be on the panel, or is it just going to be a select one or two elected members? Can you give me that answer, please?
Yeah, look, I'll direct that one to our officers. My understanding is that we'd probably do it through APR, but just if you'd clarify that question, it's a fair question.
Through the chair, the process is in today's report, you're agreeing some criteria for the sorts of people that you collectively want to be on this independent panel. We've asked all of you to provide us with the names of people who you think would be appropriate panel members, and we're starting to gather some information about those people. There'll be a workshop on the 9th of December, where the governing body will discuss those names with final decisions to be made at the governing body by you all the week following.
Yeah, 12th of December is my recollection now, that the governing body will confirm that, but the names will be workshopped, and as Alistair has said, we have tried to collect as many names as possible, keep the pool as wide as possible, and make a decision within that. Our paper does talk about 3 members of the panel. I think, Claire, you might have mentioned 4, but we're pretty much keen on keeping the size of the panel down so it's a workable group, and it's keeping the cost of the panel down. But 3 gives you a range of different perspectives I think we need. Okay. Josephine Bartley, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I welcome the review. I commend you on not being all talk and taking some action on this and making sure that we're taking this seriously, because it is definitely something that communities have raised their concerns about in regards to CCOs. I appreciate Dee, and I recall the call from Lester Levy when he was Chair of Auckland Transport, asking us to take some leadership on what they're doing, which is fair enough, but I'm not keen to take leadership on something that I had nothing to do with or no input in. So I think that further highlights the importance of CCOs not working in silos, especially from elected representatives, and the need to remember that the projects that our CCOs are involved in are happening in communities, and that always needs to be given significance. And that also includes our local boards, because I just don't want to hear any more from people in my community and local boards that they feel that they're being done to. So if we get that right, then hopefully we can continue just keeping our focus on governance and not getting caught up in being advocates in regards to the implementation. So thank you for this, and yeah, fully support it.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. It's been a fairly lengthy debate, so I think most things have been said. If I can just make a couple of points in summary, I think this is absolutely the right time to do an independent review. It's 10 years after the Super City was put in place, and we have focused specifically on the CCOs so that the review is a manageable review. If we were to do the whole council structure review, it would take 3 times as long and cost a whole lot more, and I think we'd lose the focus on the point that the electorate has been making to us very clearly, that they have a concern about the model around the CCOs. I think it's important that it's our review. Some people have said, well, you know, government should do a review of Auckland structure. The government imposed the structure we have on it. It's for us to do the review and for us to say how it's working for us, and I don't want to concede the power to government to do the review over our heads and say, well, we imposed this model and now we're going to impose that model. We will be the master of our destiny in this regard, but we will seek to work alongside government so government works in with us. I think it's important that we have had a couple of reviews already. It's not that nothing has happened with CCOs, but they've been in-house reviews. And I think the public expectation is that we have somebody from the outside, a panel of well-qualified people looking in so that they can place the criticism where they believe it belongs. So we won't be exempt from that process of criticism, and that is absolutely as it should be. I want to make the point that this is not simply a scapegoating or looking for a fall guy and saying the CCOs are the source of all evil. Some things they've done brilliantly. Some things they've done not well at all. And that is the balance of it. And what we're looking for is how the things that they haven't done well at all can be remediated. And that's what we want in these terms of reference. The terms of reference are wide. They talk about the model itself. They talk about accountability, and they talk about culture. And I just want to emphasise the point that a CCO is a public body. It's publicly funded by ratepayers and taxpayers. And I don't want to see the CCOs believing that somehow they are independent of public opinion or what we believe, or that they can adopt the trappings of corporate entities. And the alarm bell went off in my head when I found, unbeknown to probably anyone around this table, that there'd been a system of in-house bonuses instituted, and the former chief executive of Panuku, for example, was getting an $82,000 bonus for excellent performance. That came as a surprise to me, and I think it's unacceptable. I want to make sure that the culture of the CCOs is an understanding of their accountability to us. And I recall a very strong argument and strong words used when, in my early days as mayor, I received an email that wasn't intended for me, but with a CCO chief executive saying, it's our decision, we'll make the decision, and the elected representatives go and mind their own business. This is our business, and we will be minding it. I want to say further that it's really important for the public to have an input into this. The public are intimately involved, and I concur with Councillor Walker and others that have said this should also be an educative process to determine that the public have a better understanding of what these bodies do and how they relate to us. I think it will be important to judge the effectiveness of the new initiatives that this council has now determined in its very earliest meeting to have an oversight committee of the CCOs and to have liaison councillors. I have strong hopes that both of those measures will improve the process that we are working through, and that is something too that the independent review will probably make a judgment on. I think there are important issues that we've got to decide. 55% of our operational expenditure spent through CCOs. Is it necessary that all of them be at arm's length from us, as the legislation seems to have intended, or should some of those be bought in-house? I don't make a judgment on that until I've seen the evidence and the independent review. But it could well be that some of those functions are better performed in-house, but let's see what the assessment of the evidence is by the panel. There is a question, I think Councillor Bartley raised it in her questions. Are CCOs commercial models or are they there for the public good? And the answer is probably a bit of both. We want them to operate effectively and efficiently, and sometimes commercially. But if they don't take into account the public good, why do we have them as public bodies? So it's finding those balances and whether we have the balance right in the current structure. The nature of the directors we put on, that is how we directly have an input into decision making, but are the criteria that we are following the right criteria? And I think those of us on the Appointment and Performance Review Committee have increasingly leaned towards saying we want them to have an understanding that while they have the skills of a director, that they are accountable back because they are part of a public body, and we want to make sure that that model is working well additionally. Then there's the other factor. When we set up, we had 8 different councils and we reduced it to 1, and then we set up 6 or was it 7 different CCOs, and the vertical silos that we had under the council organisation seem in some ways to have been replaced by horizontal silos, and that means that we haven't always got the efficiency and avoided the duplication that we could otherwise have done. We've made huge savings because we've started down that process of joint procurement and other things, joint insurance, and we want to make sure whether there are further things that we need to and can do to make savings in that area. And that's an important part of what this review will be looking at. So I think the review is timely. I gather from the comments that have been made around the table and in other fora that we have operated that there is a strong support for this review taking place. And my expectation is that, unlike another review that I can think of relating to our ports, that this will be set up to be evidence-driven and that we will follow recommendations that are soundly based in evidence, and that may mean some significant changes, but I'm not preempting that. So thank you very much for all of the councillors who have participated in this and other fora. It's, I think, now timely that we move the resolution from A to D. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. That is passed unanimously. It may be appropriate for us to take just a quick break, and then we'll move on to other items on the agenda. So a 5-minute break. Thank you very much, councillors, for your participation. and hence the nature of the paper before us. But I have received notification from Councillor Coombe of an amendment that at least expresses our support in principle for localism, which I think is important, and that I'm happy to accept that as part of the resolution. And I'll move the resolution, maybe seconded by Councillor Coombe.
Just a clarification, we just need to say to make any minor changes.
Oh, yep.
To reflect the support for localism.
Yep.
Because that's what the changes would be.
Okay. No, that's fine, and Councillor, will be welcome a chance for you to speak to that paper. But if we begin, Marguerite or Warwick, who's leading on this one? Warwick.
Yes, just to confirm the Mayor's review of the process to date. As I understand it, having looked back on it, LGNZ has been talking about this idea of localism, I think, since about 2018, and again at the AGM this year. But it was only about July, August that we received the discussion paper, which had an invitation to respond by the 15th of December. We couldn't put a paper together that represented your views because we are not aware of your views and we haven't had a chance to talk to you about your views. And so, as Mayor Goff has said, this is really just a background paper. It reflects a little bit on our history, and it reflects on our various relationships with central government that have occurred up to this point in time, but it makes no comment at all about whether we are in favour of further devolution, additional funding powers, and so on. I think I might leave it there, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Warwick. So begin with questions, and Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support localism, of course. I just am wondering, given that we are so different in our organisational structure from the rest of Auckland, we have local boards and there's quite a lot of devolution already. I do worry what we are speaking into in our submission, how it is taken, because how do local government New Zealand compare and make those allowances? And I say that because we're quite sufficient. We are. I mean, I know local boards would argue this, but we're so devolved that we have no say at a regional level other than the budget and what happens in local boards area. They get to make their own decisions, and that's right. I worry that even more devolution, more localism means that as regional councillors and people elected from our own local areas, we get so divorced from it we don't even know what's happening, and that concerns me because communities ask us what's happening and often we don't know. And so to me there's a balance around this, around being so local that the regional councillors are even told we can't even find out, or you know, and so those are the sort of, that's why I'm asking. I don't want it to push it that far.
Okay, I just wasn't sure whether it was a comment or a question, but the question is yeah, the extent to which the paper goes. I see the paper as reflecting largely on devolution from central to local council rather than from governing body to local board, but I'll ask officers to clarify that.
Certainly that the same thought went through, was in my mind in preparing this. We are so much larger than other councils, and there are district councils which have far fewer population than some of our local boards. So there is a real range and diversity of councils throughout the country, and that needs to be part of the debate. And I should have said before that the other purpose that I saw this paper being is to be of use to our LGNZ representatives, so that when the discussion happens down at Wellington at LGNZ, then they have some background and they're also aware of your own views and your comments that you are making now.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Yes, I support Pippa and your recommendation there. My question, a couple of questions. In that, there's, I mean, you read the forward and it just is like reading the relationship between the governing body and local boards. And so there is such a power of information for local boards to provide, and will you be able to get to them, to be able to get that from them? I would like them to know that this is around, that submissions don't close until the 15th. Is there an opportunity for that to happen? Because this is an opportunity for LGNZ to get some really grunty stuff from the local boards.
Your Worship, we've already had brief discussions with our staff and local board services. We'll explore those opportunities to see if that can happen by the 15th.
Sorry. I have 2 more points.
Yep, please, Councillor.
One is there an opportunity for it to be kept on the governance political working party, the joint governance political working party, as a piece of, I don't know a piece of what going forward, because I can see that what they're doing is actually informing their advocacy to central government for the next election, or to politicians for the next election, but it would be good to have an oversight of where it is sitting at any point in time and the opportunity for us to continue to provide feedback.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. We can keep the Joint Governance Working Party abreast of how it evolves.
And my last one is there an opportunity to amend, I know it's a feedback document, we haven't consulted broadly on it, but the Māori impact statement is dismissive of Auckland Council's role for Māori. So we've stated there, look, we've got the IMSB, they're independent, but actually we have a commitment, and it's stated throughout our plans, and I just think that it should be acknowledged in there, Auckland Council's responsibility to the outcomes for Māori.
Through the chair, we can do this, and I would probably add this as an extra recommendation then, so that it can be wrapped up and reviewed by the councillor who will make those final changes, if you so wish.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to frame this as a question because I do also want to talk to it. On the way through, in terms of the localism paper, it kind of ignore the fact that local boards and the structure of Auckland's governance is already localism in practice. And so I think this is trying to support that by saying, you know, we already operate on the principle of subsidiarity. I can never say that word. Subsidiarity. And also it ignored that with iwi and hapu is already localism, and that was kind of ignored in the paper going through. So I guess, to put this as a question, it's more to, is there opportunity just to put into our feedback that yes, we're providing the context of Auckland, but does this then provide what we're proposing, an opportunity just to make it clearer that we already we support localism, we're trying to do it in practice, and this is more to be very clear on that support, so that going forward we can say that this is actually a model that needs to be given more strength, and it is more about bolstering local government's conversation with central government, and it's tied into the funding picture of where we're given additional responsibilities but we're not given the funding to match. So it's kind of going both ways, because we ask for more responsibilities, we ask for devolution, and then we don't get the funding attached. So that is a question of how we can just ensure that that's reflected in our feedback.
Through the chair. So the paper was written as a background paper, just because we didn't have time to engage with you and go around local boards. We were very clear that what we were providing was background as opposed to direct feedback and opinions. So we have, in the way it was drafted, it tends to be neutral. So if you want to go into the taking a position, obviously will be guided by you around the table as to whether you want us to change our submission to include that.
Councillor Fletcher.
you can rule this out of order, but I have attempted on other occasions to raise it. But for me, I am just not persuaded, and I know we've got a big sister role for or big brother role, if you like, for the rest of the local government, New Zealand, with the council, given the earlier debate we had. I mean, we are the largest local government entity in Australasia. We are trying to do a great amount that is going where no man has been before. I'm wanting at some point to have the answer given to me in terms of bangs for bucks with our investment in local government New Zealand. And I do understand the broader context, but this perhaps is a debate for another day.
I just concurring with your last comment, Councillor. Look,
I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to be consistent.
I think you've made your point, but the point around our role and a relationship with Local Government New Zealand is one that needs to be dealt with separately and as an agenda item rather than as part of a feedback on a specific issue. So we've noted your point and you've made it, but I don't think we can make that determination here. If there are no other questions, I think we should move on to comments because I think there will be a few. Councillor Darby to begin with.
Sorry.
It's a question, is it?
I'm really welcoming this paper. I think this is incredible work of local government. I've been a bit resigned about Local Government New Zealand, but I'm actually starting to wake up to its new iteration. It's starting to look a lot better than it ever has in my eyes. So this paper is a really interesting paper, and it talks about a recession in democracy, and I referred to some of that evidence of that recession earlier, and that's why with Councillor Coombe heading this work, I think we should really participate very, very strongly here. Have we satisfied the questions that they raise? There's about 15 questions there. Should we be satisfying them? Because I can't quite see that we've covered it. Localism is the future. It is not about central government control or big chunky councils exercising the control. The structure that we have here now will be redundant in 10 years. I can tell you that. And localism is the new future. And you've only got to look at countries. Sorry, there is comment here, isn't there?
No, yeah. Can we come to the yeah, I'll make this. I think we'll just move straight to the comments, and I'll take this as your commentary.
So localism is the future. And if you look at Switzerland, it has been the future there for a long time, and it's a massively successful economy, and it's a public-facing governance from central government right down to local communities. And this paper is headed up localising power and decision-making to councils and communities. Let's not forget that it's not just about subsets of council, but it's actually ultimately to communities. And we've got some massive gaps there at the moment. I guess my comment, because I won't go through the detail, is I think we should actually, in the C there, delegate authority for a bit more than making some minor changes. I think we haven't had the opportunity to really thrash this out. I would like Councillor Coombe and others, all of us, to provide some feedback here that is a bit more than what's in the attachment, quite a lot more actually, because this is really chunky work. We've got a serious role to play. We are the one council that's undertaken significant restructuring, whereas most others have not. Have we gone in the right direction? I would suggest yes and no. But I would suggest there's a lot more that we can say here about localism. Is there a willingness to go beyond just the minor tweaks there and get a bit of discussion on this going?
Thank you very much. I understand your comments. I'm just a bit, I think to do this properly, we needed to properly workshop it and to think about it in depth, and we won't be able to do that simply in the nature of the debate that we'll have in the time frame here. But what I'd like to suggest, and I'm not very appreciative of Local Government New Zealand doing it in the time frame that they have. I think that's been a bad decision by them, because the issues are important and they need more consideration than either I see in their paper or we're able to give them in this time frame. But what I would suggest, Councillor, is that next year we actually embark on a serious discussion in this area. Now, it may not be timely to feed into Local Government New Zealand, but we need to establish what our views are. And I think a lot of us would say, well, it starts with devolution of funding, because we don't want more responsibilities unless we have devolution of funding, which is implicit in that paper. And at the moment, we get devolution of responsibility without funding, and we get 7% of the entire country's public revenue to local government and 93% to central government. And you start at that position and then work out, particularly in a council the size of our council, what other functions is it appropriate to devolve to us? But I don't think we can do that in the space of the discussion today. Anyway, Councillor Watson, sorry to intrude in that way.
That's all right. Thank you. So I've just got a couple of comments to make, Mr. Byrne. I can't help but think there's a bit of a lost opportunity here today, and I fully acknowledge the difficulties of the timing with the elections and all the rest of it. But when it's all said and done, if we look at our paper here in the conclusion, we're going to be saying we've not had the opportunity for Council to formally consider that and form a view on localism. And I think in the context of the other review we're talking about to do with the CCOs, that this is a kind of logical counterbalance that we should be considering. One of the earlier speakers talked about options and referred to, the stadiums, about what's the option. Well, there actually are clear options on that have been very enunciated. If we go to the CCO model, localism is an option that can be considered also. And we're not even going to get that information out in some way to the public realm. No one's going to make a decision on it at this point, but it's something, as Councillor Darby said, we should be thinking of, because things are changing fast in the world. Our interactions with the government that are quite helpful, that are outlined in the paper, really, if you're a little critical of those interactions, you'll see that not much has come of them. I mean, if we look at this social issues board that never came into fruition back, nearly a decade ago, we had $12 billion going into social issues around Auckland to deal with deprivation of one sort or another. I'd hate to think what that figure is now, and the council's just not involved in that in any shape or form, despite the fact numbers of councillors in here who represent the wards, and I would suggest arguably know a lot more about their wards than government MPs or ministers sitting down in Wellington. Similarly, they asked the ministers about the Auckland plan. Well, I haven't had too many MPs, Labor, National or any other creed, really talking to me about the Auckland plan in any shape or form. So these interactions, at best have been minimal, and at worst I just don't even register with the MPs at all. Councillor Darby referred to Switzerland, and it's a little disappointing. We have some excellent academic research taking place at the Auckland University with some of the graduate students to do with with localism, and that is information that I think is useful to get out and would be helpful in a submission. I mean, and I can't help but think of Councillor Webster, bless her soul, who used to sit around this table, who often talked about this fund.
She's not departed, Councillor.
Well, she's departed from this institution, that's for sure. She talked about this funding gap, and the fact that in New Zealand local government receives 11% of total public expenditure, whereas in OECD countries it's 30%. So that's very significant, and people need to know that across New Zealand. Councillor Coombe referred to the benefits to Maori. We spend a lot of time on Maori impact this and Maori impact that, but if we're talking about the localist nature of the Maori socio-political organisation, localism is very at the centre of that and has identifiable benefits, just as improving economic performance, civic participation and addressing the needs of individual communities. And again, Switzerland is a good example of that, a really good example. There, 80% of Swiss citizens express confidence in their government. as opposed to 19% in Auckland who express trust and satisfaction in Auckland Council, 60% different. The political units in Switzerland are about 3,500 people, where in New Zealand they're about 61,000. So that's a huge difference. In Switzerland, if you have a successful localised council, if we can use that term, they compete against each other because people will go and live in the areas where the smaller body does well. So there's an inherent competition based in to their council structure. So it's not just, you know, giving money out and there's no return on that. So I think, Mr. Mayor, if we looked at this as a whole, there are a number of features we could be commenting on here. Quality service provision, I heard better even it up with having mentioned Councillor Webster with Councillor Sayers as an interest in procurement, where local communities can set about their own procurement and at, as anyone you often talk to, at far lower prices than council does, and has the ability to deliver projects quicker and more efficiently. Now, we haven't gone down that road at all after nearly a decade. So as far as localism goes, there's opportunities there that we should be considering. We have supposedly a form of localism in the local boards, but not really. The local boards are actually, in a number of instances, bigger than the legacy councils, if you look at a population basis comparison. So they could be a starting point where that kind of localist type theory, as sort of articulated by some of these really good pieces of research that are done at Auckland University, could be filtered through an exploratory nature. So if I concede that it's difficult to do something now, but I support the notion that if there are local boards that wish to make some, you know, cursory comments, then it's to our advantage to do that, because I think this is the way of the future, and it is something that will contrast quite starkly with the model that we currently utilise now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief. The issue that's been posed here is not going away. It's new, but it's not going away. So we've got plenty of time as this iterates through, like LG and Z. It is gaining traction, and it's been a bit of a slow road to now. The point I'm making is very similar to what you made, Mr. Mayor, and that is that we, as a council, we have a 10-year funded budget and things like ATAP, a 30-year design plan or design manual. But we're reliant on our half-share funding for ATAP from the Crown, which runs on an annual budget and at best a 3-year GPS. And we look at challenges facing Auckland, but also the rest of New Zealand, with billions of dollars worth of wastewater treatment plants and potable water systems need to go in, deficit infrastructure and rail, motorway networks and arterials. We've got a serious issue as a nation to challenge ourselves with here about how we deliver these things. And we can have a localism component, but unless that's associated with a really direct and guaranteed funding stream, we're not going to get the best value for our dollar, because we can't do the smart procurement on scale of a pathway or pipeline of projects that gives you the best kick. So the localism is part of this discussion, but there's a whole other section that's got to be brought into by Wellington, and I think we need to push that argument pretty hard as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm all good with localism. The whole devolution from central to local government is good, but taking it that one step further and having more devolution to our community organisations that operate locally, because I honestly do believe the hood can take care of the hood. It just needs to be resourced to do that. And if it can be done through this localism thing, then all good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Just want to make a couple of comments. I think this paper on the part of Local Government New Zealand is really refreshing, and I would suggest that there's a lot of information that people in New Zealand just aren't aware of. The fact that we're arguably the most centralised country on the planet when it comes to government control. That's big government control compared to little government. The comparison with Switzerland that Councillor Watson has described, the far better and I'd repeat, far better participation in democracy where you do have localism. Now, I know, Marguerite, you're going to a role where obviously you're going to be focusing on that, and quite obviously it follows that we could be picking up on this. So I think the particular concern I've got is that local government New Zealand's got limited resources. In many respects, we've got a much greater resource. And what I'd put to you, Mr. Mayor, is we should be publicising some of this information so that we get a conversation going in our community. So what does it look like, and how does it apply to Auckland? And how much better could it look? And that might also go to this conversation that's occurring around the CCOs, because I don't think that that reflects localism at all. So, Mr. Mayor, how can we actually promote this information? Because I don't think many people are aware of it.
I might come to that when I make my comments, Councillor. I'd like to put before councillors a proposal, I'll do it now, that we ask officers to prepare a full response to the LGNZ paper to be considered by probably first a workshop in the governing body in 2020. We're having a really interesting discussion, but it's not taking us anywhere because we don't have the factual basis for making specific recommendations. I think the concept is important, but I'm just a little bit reluctant to put Switzerland. I know Councillor Watson and the Deputy Mayor have both said Switzerland, wonderful country. Also the last country to give votes to the women. Also the country that is entirely monocultural. Also the country that subsidises cows to such an excessive extent that I'm surprised that Farmer Cashmore would even consider their model. So, you know, it may not be the most progressive model of democracy in the world. It might work for them in the way they do it, but not necessarily for us. But I think the issues that each of you that have spoken to date have raised are important. And I really want to move from the rhetoric of how we get devolution of funding and give us our share of GST on local rates back to the council to something where we can put out a proper proposal to LGNZ and to the government. And there are other things that we might consider in that session as well. I'm conscious when I became mayor, I remember the then Minister of Finance in the National Party saying that, you know, having a meeting with 7 or 8 ministers and the Auckland Council was a half day of his life he'll never get back. And I think there'll be a few people sympathetic to his view in that regard. But we also need to consider as a council how we can better interact with central government than we are at the moment. I talk to the Labour Party caucus, the National Party caucus. They come in and see me from time to time. We did have several meetings with ministers. I think we should put them on a more regular agenda so that we can have that direct interchange with ministers and the portfolios that are important. But I'd like that to come together in a paper and a proper discussion that we can't have within the context of discussing this paper. So I think the recommendation I'm putting up there under D covers the points that I've just spoken to. I'm sorry, Councillor Coombe, I've interrupted the flow of speakers and you're the next speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did just want to speak as the seconder, but I'm very happy with your amendment. And I just wanted to make a point of clarification just in terms of whether you felt comfortable that under C that it does say that we're just going to make minor changes to this paper, but what I'm hearing is at this point it is kind of more than minor. I mean, it just goes to the substance and even asking for this next stage. So whether we just need to take out that minor word, because we are making the changes based on what we've just been talking.
Yeah, I think the challenge that I have is that what we want to say in this paper, we haven't had the in-depth discussion to be able to say, but maybe in terms of editorialising of the letter to Mike Reid, we can say, look, we are really interested in the concept of localism. We're interested in particular in how we can devolve funding to enable us to do more things without going cap in hand on every issue to central government, but we haven't had time to consider that. We intend to consider it and come back to local government New Zealand. Would everybody be supportive of that commentary being added to? I think that's...
Yeah, good. So which is just making the changes. They are more than minor, so we just suggest removing
well, maybe remove
minor.
the word minor, and if we make changes to that effect, because at the moment, and I understand all the problems that we're facing officers, they've had no guidance from us, so how could they put the paper together? But it does feel like a not appropriately adequate response to a really important issue. And we just need to emphasise, you've got it in your paper, or you've got it in the paper to us, but it needs to be emphasised in the submission. So if I can maybe ask Councillor Coombe if you'd like to take charge of working with officers.
Yeah, I'm very happy to do that. And do you want me, can I speak in just to support
sure,
just
please.
a few comments just in terms of supporting this bit of work, and thank you to the officers for having put together the feedback initially. And I think what we're hearing is that we can strengthen it because, as I mentioned before, what we do in Auckland is very much based on the principles of localism, and we can actually provide quite a lot of guidance to the rest of the countries about how we can make local boards work effectively and the governance model working effectively, which is completely consistent with our previous item, as Councillor Watson noted, with the CCO review. So they do all go hand in hand. So I'm really pleased that we will strengthen this because this is also one of the priorities of LGNZ. And as I am dedicating some time to being on that, being the Auckland Council representative, I do want to have some meaning to that role, and I have reflected on Councillor Fletcher's comments about why do we even really bother with LGNZ, and I think that is a valid point because we are very big and we can do a lot ourselves, but LGNZ I think has come a long way in the time that we've been a super city, and they are doing some great work and they are advocating on our behalf and on the sector of local government. So I think if it's, I've got 2 days next week that I'm going to be in a strategy session. So if I don't want to be there wasting my time or my colleagues' time because I'm going to miss things around this table. So I really would like to be able to go there feeling that we've got a very strong position and that we take this as a priority and that it's worthwhile us being involved in LGNZ. Otherwise, I might as well quit now because I think there's going to be a lot of work in the next 3 years. So I do commend this bit of work, and I think, Mr Mayor, that's a good idea, the addition of D, that this is seen as just a start rather than just our first only opportunity to comment. So thank you, I do support that going forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a very quick point from me. Just looking at the report and the Māori impact statement, I think that just mentioning that the IMSB, that point is probably missing the point a little bit around what we're talking about, because in fact there are huge opportunities for Māori when we're looking at devolution. And I really applaud this council for things such as the Tūpunamanga Authority, which is in the spirit of that already. And I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that tangata whenua having powers devolved to them and working in co-governance with them is a really exciting part of localism, and I just wanted to emphasise that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So I think that's exhausted our list of speakers, so the recommendations as amended are in front of you there. I'll put them as a block. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Item number 11 is the allocation of the governing body remuneration pool. So if I can ask Marguerite to stay there and Kieran O'Callaghan to come to the table. I will move the paper if I can get a seconder for that. Nobody wants to put their hand up to the remuneration. Councillor Darby, thank you. There's just 2 points I want to make before I invite officers to address us. One, when the decision was first made by the Remuneration Authority that they would bulk fund us and we would allocate, there was quite rightly a lot of pushback from councillors around this table to that model, because the purpose of having a Remuneration Authority is so that our salaries as elected representatives are determined independently, and we are not making decisions about what quantum our income may be. However, that is not where the Remuneration Authority has landed, and they are requiring us to make this decision. The next best thing to having the Remuneration Authority make that decision totally independently of us is to have an independent report from our officers and to be guided by that independent report, and that's what I'm asking councillors to do. I want to make another point too, that the payments that are set out here reflect positions of responsibility, but they do not necessarily affect the energy and effort that individuals put in. So that if your salary is lower because you don't have a formal position of responsibility at the top end of it, that is not a reflection on your commitment, your work and your contribution as a councillor. I think those 2 points are both important, and I'll now ask officers please to speak to the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report concerns the recommendations to the Remuneration Authority, which sets remuneration for elected positions in individual local authorities. Last year, the authority completed a comprehensive review of its approach to determining the remuneration and allowances for local government elected members. The 2018 review resulted in the creation of 3 new size indices and created a new local government pay scale. Further to this, the authority created a governance remuneration pool for each council as a collective, reflecting the size of the actual total governance roles rather than the number of councillors. The authority decided that, beginning from the 2019 local government elections, that each council will make recommendations about the allocation of its pool, with the only restriction being that the authority has decided the minimum base salary for a councillor. With particular respect to the specific remuneration proposals set out in this paper, can I pass to Marguerite?
Thanks, Karen. So, Mr. Mayor, I just thought I would go through the approach that we have taken in developing the proposal that is in front of you. So the first thing, which is actually quite complicated, is that the total pool must be allocated. And in doing so, the Remuneration Authority said that one of the ways we could allocate this pool was by using ratios, but of course it's never quite an exact science to get to the total number. So there's been a bit of an iterative process to make sure that every dollar gets allocated. The second, so in terms of the principles that we've used, the first one was that the base salary for councillors had been, in the authority determination, had been lowered from 111,000 to 106,000. And the first thing that we did is to put the base councillor remuneration back to what it was in the last term. The second thing is we looked at the allocation of positions of responsibility, taking into account what the Remuneration Authority had decided for the last term, which basically was only the extra remuneration for the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of a Committee of the Whole. And in looking at what ratios we were going to apply, we wanted to ensure that we were staying in the same ballpark, just to respect those proportions that the Remuneration Authority had established in the past. The third thing was that there are many different positions of responsibilities that have been allocated through the committee structure and the decisions that the Mayor and all of you have made in previous governing body meetings for the term. So attempting to recognize each position of responsibility that you were all taking individually became really complicated. And then how far were we going to go towards sort of recognizing all the different roles that you take and the different extra responsibilities that you have by being on co-governance entities, by being on working parties, by taking sort of appointments on external on external organizations. So for simplicity purposes, we thought that we would look at the highest position of responsibility, which would be that of a committee chair or the deputy chair, and that would be the rate that would be applied for that particular councillors, rather than trying to add up the different responsibilities. It just became too complicated. And as the mayor said, there's absolute recognition that just using one of those positions of responsibility does not ignore all the extra work that you're doing in your different capacities. So we're very aware that this is the case. And then the third thing is in looking at the remuneration of the deputy mayor, we were looking at the remuneration from last term. We also looked at how the remuneration authority allocated the remuneration of deputy chairs for local boards, and we looked at the kind of increases that were happening for different responsibilities, and this is why we proposed an increase of 3%. So in total, basically, we've applied different ratios for the chairs of the committees of the whole and the chair of the regulatory committee, then the deputy chairs, the chairs of the smaller committees, and the deputy chairs of other smaller committees, and also the recognition of that portfolio lead that has been created this time around. So we have come to a total allocation. There is absolutely an element of simplification in our proposal, but we've tried to sort of create some consistency and some balance in the different rates.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from councillors? Is there any comment from councillors? If not, sorry, Councillor Watson.
Well, I guess it's a kind of elephant in the room, isn't it? Councillors have been put in a rather invidious position here at the start of a new term of council, where certainly in the public eye, and that's notwithstanding the very clear kind of lack of choice in terms of what's given and the use of that pool, where it's really not a very good look to start the term with granting ourselves, and we're not granting ourselves, but large, fairly substantial wage increases are being given to most councillors. I certainly didn't have any notion that they would be as significant as that. I guess in light of, just a recently concluded election where you get round, you see a lot of people doing things tough, you have a sense of dissatisfaction. It's just not a very good look, I think, to begin the term with, big pay increases. If we look at public dissatisfaction, disengagement, and all these sorts of things we know already, and we're seeing some pretty graphic examples around the world where, there's a high degree of cynicism and distrust and all the rest of it with respect of politicians, both local and national, and this is sort of feeding into that narrative a bit. So I concede, Mr. Mayor, what you've said as to the kind of lack of manoeuvrability in this, in terms of the pool and the use of the money, but I'm very uncomfortable with basically voting for that kind of salary straight off the block just at the start of term. My wife, who's a teacher and has just been through a lengthy process of negotiation like other jobs in our society, was very scathing and said, you better not vote for that for yourself. So I'm under a bit of duress, but in all seriousness, I just would like to put it on the record that it's an uncomfortable and invidious position to be in.
Thank you, Councillor. I think as Marguerite Dalbert has pointed out, the pool has to be allocated, and what councillors choose to do with that money then, if they feel uncomfortable with any increase in terms of their support for various causes in their community, that's an individual decision for councillors. So I think that's one way of dealing with it. If there's no further comments, I shall put the resolution. by division. Okay, it's been requested that we vote on this by division. I am required to accept that request. So I'll ask officers to take a vote.
No, she's called for division.
Sorry, councillor, I have no option. When a councillor calls for a division, I must follow that request. I accept your point that that there is very few options available to councillors, and that's understood. But a request for division has been called, and I must accept it. Okay, I'll pass across to officers to take the vote.
Councillors, you are voting on item 11, clauses A to C, as you see it on the screen. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Aye.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
Very timely, councillor.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Aye, noting the money will go in the bank, whether we say yes or no.
Councillor Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby. Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
Aye.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Mulholland.
Aye.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Young. That is carried. 16 to 4 with one abstention.
Okay, so I declare that recommendation carried. We now come to item number 12 on the order paper, which is terms of reference for 2 working groups. And if I can ask Steve Van Kampen and Warwick McNaughton to come to the table, please.
Marguerite might abstain.
Oh, Marguerite, you're the alternate for Warwick. This has to do with the terms of reference for 2 working parties, the Joint Governance Working Party and the Treaty of Waitangi Settlement Working Party. And I will move the recommendations, but noting that we have that the composition of the committees is still subject to discussion at this committee. So if people who want to be on it, who don't appear as a nominated member, they can ask to go on it, and we can take a vote if there is an excess of membership over positions available. And we need also to appoint a chair and a deputy chair to the Treaty of Waitangi Settlement Working Party. So maybe it's best that we have the discussion first and then we move the resolution at that point. So I'll ask Steve, I think it is, to lead on this one.
Kia ora. Great summary, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. This is a very short report to add these 2 working parties to the governing body terms of reference, which were agreed at its meeting, at the governing body meeting on the 12th of November. And as you have put, the membership needs to be agreed, the terms of reference need to be agreed, and a deputy and chair for the treaty settlement party need to be agreed.
Right, so open it up for questions. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Under item 12, attachment A, my name is included here. Now, I understood in the last training, because I actually wanted to be on this, but I understood the last training, this particular working party, the membership was comprised of 4 councillors, 4 local board members, and the 4 councillors, it was determined that we need to have the councillors on the basis of geographic spread, because we were undertaking a representation review. Now, I understood that would carry over, which is the reason why I wanted to make way for Councillor Dalton, who wants to remain on this working party because she was there in the last term as a local board member. But the membership, the way in which we're doing the membership of this has changed this time. Why was that?
Steve.
Through the chair, so last time the membership was decided by the mayor. This time around, the working party at its last meeting of the last term recommended that there be 6 representatives of local boards and 6 representatives of the governing body. And the mayor just agreed to call for expressions of interest, so we followed that process this time around.
Okay, well, if we're going to just adopt what the working party recommended, Your Worship, I know it's a little untidy, but I'd like to be considered for membership of the Joint Governance Working Party as well, if that's an opportunity. I know that means we're going to have a vote on it, but I'd like to continue. So I'll put my name forward as well, if you wouldn't mind, on B.
That's fine. That means that we have 7 nominees for 6 positions, and that is best determined simply by a vote. I'm sure the Deputy Mayor would like to stand aside. He's expressed that desire several times, but he does hold a position of responsibility and has been the continuity person on this committee. If I can just explain to Councillor Newman where we got to. Initially, we didn't have enough votes and enough nominees for the position, and I understood. In fact, I've got an email that you sent to our officers that you were prepared to make way for Councillor Dalton, and the decision was made on that basis. You're absolutely entitled to change your mind on that. What has been endeavoured to be achieved out of this is just a bit of a spread across the region. It's not due to representation requirements, but just generally it's quite good to have a geographic spread. And at the moment we have on the 6 original nominees, 3 from the south, 1 from the central, 1 from the west and 1 from the north. And we may end up, if you're supported to be on that body, with 4 from the south. So it was about geographic representation more than anything. You might like to comment on that.
Yeah, it's actually less important about geographic representation this term than arguably the last, because last term we were doing the representation review, so we're not doing it this term.
Yeah, no, I accept that, but the general view was to try to spread it, but people are entitled to support candidates for on whatever quality, and geographic factors are one thing, and continuity and competence is another. It's up entirely to members to make that decision. So if people wish to maintain their nomination there, we'll work through an election process, but I just want to make sure that that's what the desire of all of the nominees is, to keep their nomination in. Okay, any further comment on that? Councillor Simpson. Sorry, I've got a list in front of me. I just saw your hand go up. I'll add you to the list. Councillor Cooper.
Oh, thank you. I was on this last time. I just wonder, you talked about the Deputy Mayor's continuity, but Councillor Newman has been on this the whole time as well.
Yep.
I was just wondering whether, to sort this out, you could have the Deputy Mayor ex officio, and that means he's got the ability to be there, but also Councillor Newman. And I was also going to suggest that it's time for, last term a local board chair was the chair, that this triennium it be a councillor that's the chair and a deputy, and a local board member that's the deputy. And I would like to suggest if Councillor Newman is to remain on there, that he be the chair.
Okay. Right, there's a whole lot in that comment. First of all, in terms of being ex officio, we have to maintain the balance 6-6 of local and governing body. The Deputy Mayor, if it's a solution to it, could be an alternate. Is there a problem with that from the officer's point of view? Just on that question, I've got the other question I want to raise, and maybe you can answer both at the same time. The chair of the Joint Governance Working Group, is that determined by the Joint Governance Working Group itself rather than this body, or is it
You
within?
appointed Richard Northey last time.
Okay, and that hasn't changed? Okay.
So, taking your question first, Mr. Mayor, about the chair and deputy chair, the terms of reference in the report this term proposes that they be elected by the Joint Governance Working Party, but making sure that they're not both councillors or both local boards, so there's one of each. But that's the proposal for this term. And sorry, the first question I forgot now, my apologies.
The first question was about the alternate.
About the alternate, we could make changes to the terms of reference to reflect that decision.
That's a possibility. And sorry, to go back to your original answer, I was just distracted for a moment. The requirement is that who appoints the
So
the chair?
the terms of reference in attachment A of this item in the agenda report suggests that the chair and deputy chair be chosen by the working party itself.
And that would certainly be my preference rather than the mayor appointing. Because when you have a body that's set up, it's really important that those who are members of that body have confidence in the person who is chair, and that can best be determined by a vote, in my view. So from Councillor Cooper's suggestions, if I just confirm with the Deputy Mayor that he is happy to be an alternate on it. I know he is because he never wanted to be on it in the first place, but... Okay. Any further... actually, I've got Councillor Dalton.
Well, just, you might have resolved it now, but just going back to the point of consistency, Councillor Newman was there in the last term and attended. And I think attendance is critical. And we've got a couple of councillors up there with some pretty hefty workloads. So if the Deputy Mayor did want to attend, perhaps one of those councillors with hefty workloads might like to reconsider. But consistency and attendance is important. And of course I'm going to support Councillor Newman to be on that political working party. It was extremely helpful. Thank you.
And Councillor Simpson.
I commend us getting out of that nicely. My question, however, is what are these people going to say? And what opportunity do I have, and I don't want to be on it, just say, what opportunity do I have to feed my views through? How will that work? Thank you.
Question to officers, how do we get feedback from the Joint Governance Working Party to the whole of council rather than just some of council?
So the Joint Governance Working Party makes recommendations to the governing body based on the subjects that are in front of them. So those formal recommendations come back here if there is any decisions that you would need to make.
Okay, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. And just for our benefit, could you maybe talk us through, we've got 6 councillors now on this committee. How do we get the 6 local board members, when, and what's the process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that has yet to be determined, but my understanding is that will be decided by the Chairs Forum, the local board Chairs Forum. That was how it was done last time.
Right. Well, we seem to have resolved that aspect of it. If we come to item C, just to confirm the membership of the Treaty of Waitangi Settlement Working Party, and Councillor Sayers, I'm not sure whether... obviously, because we think the next settlements are going to affect the Kaipara, your name was nominated, but I didn't have confirmation from you that you were available to accept that. If you are, we think that would be appropriate. Okay, so the next section is Section D. I'm open to any nominations. This is for the Treaty of Waitangi Settlement Working Party as to who wishes to chair or be deputy chair. So could I accept nominations for the position of chair and deputy chair of this working party, please?
I'll nominate Councillor Cooper for this.
And so is there a second? There's a seconder for Councillor Cooper, and I'd like to nominate actually Councillor Filipaina to be Deputy Chair of it if he's willing to accept that position. Thank you. Have I got a seconder for that? Yes, been seconded. And any further nominations? Okay, so I will now move recommendations A to D as amended or completed. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Mulholland. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Now, with a little bit of luck, we might just get through the agenda before lunch and complete, if that's the wish of councillors. We then come to item, with a bit of luck, item 13, the governing body meeting schedule for January 2020 to the election 2022. And if I can ask Marguerite, just she's already there and prepared, and just to make two comments here before inviting Marguerite to speak to it. One, when you vote for a recess, what recess means is that there are no meetings scheduled in a recess period. That does not mean that everybody's on holiday. That's not my instruction. That's simply our interpretation of what a recess is. And I know from looking around the table that members appreciate the opportunity free of meeting schedules. I certainly do it during the Christmas recess to actually get out and involve yourself in the community rather than being tied up for long hours in committee meetings. That's the first point. The second point is all of the options for the meeting schedule involve the same number of weeks for recess, but talking to members, probably there is no consensus around when that recess should be taken, but the two most popular options appeared to be option 3, which would create a week recess in October during the Labour weekend week at the expense of 1 week recess in late January. And option 4 would maintain the long recess in December to late January, but not have a recess period between July and the end of the year. So my assumption is that if there is no consensus around that, those two options ought to be simply put to a vote, but that will happen after discussion and after an explanation from Marguerite. So Marguerite, if you'd like to talk to the balance of the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So some of you at a previous meeting made comments about trying to make the schedule work better for you. And as you know, I did send you an email asking you for some of your preferences. I'm very conscious in putting the final schedule in front of you that we probably did not satisfy all the requirements of all of you. Well, I'm quite sure that we didn't, and we try to find a compromise that seemed to reflect the majority of the comments that you sent. So what we're proposing is to start the meetings half an hour later at 10 a.m. and there were comments about the meetings having to finish at a certain time to give you some certainty for your commitments after the meetings. And so putting a time limit to 5 p.m., which obviously will be at the discretion of the chair of the meetings in the end, but maybe giving a little bit more structure to those days. And the second thing that we tried and do was to have a 2-week recess in July, which some of you did prefer. And there was no absolute majority, but there was a relative majority of councillors who wanted this recess to be during the school holidays, which is what we've proposed to do. Some councillors asked for the Tuesday after Easter Monday to be kept free, and so we did this, incorporated that, and actually managed to put a recess for the rest of that week for those last 3 days, which means that gives you a little bit more flexibility around Easter. And then, as the mayor said, there was the option of recess in October or and starting 1 week earlier in January, or no recess in October and keeping that 6-week period. And if you wanted to change this and go for a recess in October and start a day earlier at the end of January as opposed to the beginning of February, we would amend the schedule accordingly by sort of sliding the way the meetings have been scheduled. We have stuck to the principle of having other committees on Tuesdays, the workshops on Wednesdays and the big committee meetings on Thursdays, no meetings on Fridays. And unfortunately, there will be some meetings that will have to be on some Mondays. We're keeping these to a minimum, and we've tried to put more than a meeting on Monday so that when you come in, you're coming in for a full schedule of meetings as opposed to one meeting. So hopefully this will work, give you a little bit of structure in the way it works.
Thank you very much. Just the first question from me, if I may. The committee meetings going between 10 and 5 p.m, it's still at the discretion of the chair with the support of the committee to extend beyond 5 p.m. to complete business. Yep. Okay, that's good. Any other questions? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of clarification. So the meeting schedule that you have in the agenda, is that based on
Option 4.
option 4?
Oh, sorry, option.
Yes, option 4.
4.
Option 4.
No, option 4. Just a discussion between the secretary and myself here. I'm sure I'm right and she's wrong. It is. I'll just clarify that, however, before I make such a bold claim. It is based on option 4, as I read your paper.
Hold on, I'm being told it's option.
I'm reading para 22. Staff consider that option 4 is the best fit and one that can most easily accommodate. I take it from that
Yes,
that you have put
but-
option. Okay.
But October doesn't read like that.
Sorry, can I get clarification from Marguerite?
So I'm looking at Sandra because we did this together, and she's just signalling to me that she's actually done it on option 3.
Okay.
So that recess in October is
Ignore
in
para 22.
Hence my
it's
question, Your
Option 3, right. Thank you, Councillor Simpson, for clearing that matter up. Further questions? Comments? Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, just in terms
sorry,
of the
I've got-
CCO.
yep.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Is there
keep
someone
going,
else
I've got
before me? In terms of the CCO liaison role, I noticed, I'm looking at the annual calendar, that there's a few that's, my regulatory committee is on the same day. And I indicated that I cannot do the last Monday of the month, Mondays in the afternoon, and that's when the water care meeting is. So that's a big, it's unfortunate.
Okay.
I did indicate that, so.
Yep.
Yes, through the chair, unfortunately, our ability to control the meetings of the CCOs is.
Mr. Chair, it's not that I know we can't, but if you indicate you're not available, then and you get appointed to a board when you're not available, that's sort of been my whole conversation around it at the beginning. That we've got to, it just means will hardly be able to attend, and then you've appointed me, and now calendar makes it moot.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that conflict, and but I'm happy to have a discussion between yourself and officials and myself offline, Councillor Cooper. Your first requirement will, of course, be regulatory, but if that is too interruptive of your other role as liaison councillor on water care, then that's probably what we'd need to look at. Okay, or we can move regulatory. We could move regulatory is probably the...
All the time, but it's the other commitment that I have that I've been telling staff for 6 years.
Let's try to deal with that offline and try to find a solution that works for you. Okay, Councillor Coombe, I've got you down as a question.
In practice, Marguerite, on option 3 and option 4, and I mean, I have heaps of flexibility, so how I organise my life, so I'm not really wedded to anything, but I just want to clarify, because it's not really clear when it says December to late January under both options, and in practice, is that meaning after anniversary weekend, or is in the option 3 meaning would come back for the week before anniversary weekend?
That is correct. And if we reduce that recess over summer by 1 week, you would come back before anniversary weekend.
Would be for the week before, not on the Christmas side. It wouldn't be going for it would be
coming back earlier.
So for next year, it's going to be come the week starting the 20th of January, then anniversary day is the 27th.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that interpretation is correct. Though I'm hesitate to say so, particularly if Councillor Simpson has a different view.
That's why I asked my question about what option this was, because if this is option 3, all right?
Yep.
It's option 3. Period. Don't change it. If we go for option 3, it's option 3. Now, if you've read what's happening when, fine. I have. And I just want to know if that's the vote, this is not going to change.
What I've got in front of me and been directed by the Secretary is that we come back on the 28th, which is the day after anniversary day.
Which would be option 3.
That's option 3, as I understand it.
Option 4 would have you starting there. So this
Option 4 has us starting back on the 4th of February.
So this is option 4 and option 3.
If this printed, sorry, Your Worship, I just want to make this really clear. If this schedule printed in the agenda is option 3, there's only CCO meetings at the end of January. That's fine. If that's option 3 and it's all worked out to fit, that's fine.
I didn't put the
That's why I
schedule
asked the
together,
question.
so I'm asking for advice from officers. What you have printed out is option 3. That's what I've been instructed. I thought it was option 4, but you two are still making your mind up on that. Makes it rather difficult for the rest of us.
So in the schedule that you've got in front of you, the recess, the summer recess, goes until after Auckland anniversary. There are CCO board meetings in that week. The difference between the schedule and option 3, as in the report, is that the recess week in October is not around Labour Day, it's earlier in October. So there's a slight sort of scheduling conflict between the paper and the schedule there, but it is still option 3.
Okay. It's as clear as mud to me. I hope it's as clear to the rest of you. Okay. Are there further questions to that? I also I have an amendment that's been tabled, so maybe we'll put this on the table now, Councillor Watson, and that is to add an E, which reads that where appropriate, workshops be open to the public. So maybe I'll ask you to speak to that amendment, and it's been seconded, I think, by Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be quick on this one. You'll see that a reasonable part of this paper is devoted to the issue of open workshops, and we did discuss it briefly back on the 12th of November. And I just really wanted to focus people's attention in on point 34 there, which talks about the one advantage of opening workshops is that it reflects the Council's commitment to open and transparent decision making. I don't think anyone's expecting hordes of people to be banging at the door to get in there, but I think it's an important principle that we are open. One of the criticisms of CCOs is that they are not open, that they're secretive and they're closeted. I think it's a little hard for us to sustain some of our criticisms if we have meetings that are closed off too. Obviously, there are times where the workshops it's inappropriate, there's legal advice being given, or there's information being handed out that can't be put out into the public realm. No one's talking about that. But I think the other justifications for not proceeding with that are a little tenuous. I think a workshop is different than a meeting. It's not a debate. Personally, when I go to workshops, I'm there to receive information and then go away and think about it. So I think the actual forum is different, and the expectation that somehow staff might be curtailed on what they might say, or elected members might see it as an opportunity to debate or whatever, I think that's a little bit of a stretch, really. I think very quickly could have a situation where the few people that do want to come along, or the press, from a point of view of disseminating information, we're all talking about communicating with Aucklanders. If you're cutting Aucklanders off from getting information that's leading into a discussion of basis, then you're not really contributing to that civic engagement, and it's another thing that doesn't help the 35% voter turnout or whatever it is. So I think if we're talking about a package of being seen to be transparent, of doing the right thing, this is a relatively small concession that can be made, that won't be taken up by a lot of people, but at least we're walking the talk. To close off and to hang on to the old, the old chestnuts of, restricting debate and people feeling unsafe and that, that's really pushing it out there. So simple amendment there, Mr. Mayor, that the chairs could decide on. Some chairs, if they felt uncomfortable, well, they clearly wouldn't be part of that, but I'm sure there are others around that would welcome that. They would welcome discussions or people being educated about the issues of the day, and that would be us again doing, as we said in point 34, of walking the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further comments on that amendment? We haven't yet moved this amendment, so maybe I'll move it formally first, seconded by Councillor Coombe. Oh, sorry. No, not the amendment. Not the. I'm talking about the recommendations as a whole. What I intend to do, I'm sorry, is to take each recommendation separately, because some, like A, may be fully supported, B will need to be put to a vote, and E, we've yet to have the debate on it. But I just want to put the recommendations on the table, and the amendments still to come. So these are the original recommendations. I'll move. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Collins, and then we have an amendment in the name of Councillor Watson, and so what we are now doing is actually discussing that amendment.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Henderson. Yes.
I just want to draw your attention to 1.57. Every proposed amendment must be relevant to the motion under discussion, and I'd just like a opinion on how relevant this is, given that this report is about timing. It is not about actual openness or otherwise to the public.
Okay, it's a fair point of order. Can I ask for an opinion from Marguerite on that?
The report does talk about the workshops and whether they could be open or not. So it is contained in the report from paragraphs 28 to 36.
So the amendment is in order, and we're now having discussion on the amendment. Councillor Walker, I've recognised, and Councillor Coombe.
So I want to support the amendment by Councillor Watson. I'm a frequent attender of workshops, have been for some time, and often when I'm at a workshop, I ask the question of the officers, can this information be made public? Because it is relevant to the people of Auckland. And often I would suggest the information that we are being presented would be relevant and people would like to see it. And I make the observation that also often the information that we have in the workshop may not be information that is necessarily tabled as part of a council meeting. There are often PowerPoints, for example, and that is a common mode of communication, and I often find those PowerPoints very informative. Sometimes I make suggestions that they could be enhanced. So I think the motion here around where appropriate workshops be open to the public is relevant, because it refers not just to the workshop itself but also the information in the workshop, and it may well be that the chair of the workshop or the particular committee, because most of these workshops generally come under a particular committee, may allow the chair of that workshop to make an appropriate call. And I certainly agree with Councillor Watson that we should be more transparent than is otherwise the case. For example, I can think of a recent workshop that we had around the CRLL, the City Rail link, where we were presented with information that I know people would have liked to have had earlier rather than later around the ramifications of that project in terms of things that were happening and not happening and the like. And I could give many other examples where workshops also communicated useful information that the people of Auckland would have liked to have seen. So why wouldn't you?
Thank you very much. Councillor Philip Piner. Sorry, he was there a moment ago. He's back.
Sorry, look, I was just going to come and see you because just in regards to the amendment and speaking only to that, but I also recall that our first governing body meeting when this particular issue was raised, you were thinking that where appropriate, that workshops be open to the public. Mm-hmm. So the reason I mention that, Your Worship, is that you still have the ability, if you wish, to add that instead of having a debate on the amendment. So that's why I was going to come over, and if you wanted to add to it, is to be included in regard to the substantive, we could still do it. But look, I'm leaving it open to you as the chair, Your Worship, because I recall the words you said at that particular meeting, and where appropriate, that we have. So that was the question, Your Worship, was do we need to go through the debate, or is up to your and Chair's prerogative to include it into the substantive?
Yeah, I'm happy with it, just with the permission of the mover and seconder. The trouble is with where appropriate leaves it a bit wide open. I think Councillor Watson, you talked about probably the discretion of the chair. Are you happy if I make it at the discretion of the chair? Workshops will be open to the public. So, so with, sorry? Chair, I think we'll leave it at chair. I think it's simpler. So if we can make that amendment, I'm happy with the agreement of the seconder of the item. If he's happy, we'll simply accept that as a recommendation. Okay.
And still an amendment, or you just putting it into recommendations?
I'm happy with the change that's been agreed by the mover and seconder to accept it as the mover of this item and agreed to by the seconder to accept that as part of the recommendation.
So my concern about that, Mr. Chair, is that the word appropriate is so discretionary. And
No, sorry, the changes where...
yes, I'm just saying, that's right.
The change isn't reflected yet on the movement, the thing there. It should be at the discretion of the chair, the workshop, agree that workshop can be open to the public. Where appropriate will then be a decision that is made by the chair looking at the content of the material, and there'll be many workshops that won't have anything that do not allow that workshop to be open to the public. There'll be some where it's a proposal and it would be inappropriate to put the proposal up until it was properly formulated. But the chair would make that decision, and I'm confident that the chairs will be able to accept that.
Not, but anyway.
Okay, I mean, it's open. It's open for further discussion and debate. It can be, if people want to take that separately, they can.
Mr. Chair, what I'm objecting to you is to just unilaterally go, I'm just going to put it in recommendations as if those words have made it acceptable, and part of that, it was put up as an amendment, and now you've changed that opportunity to debate it. That was my concern.
No. It can still absolutely, councillor, can still be debated, and people, if they choose, can ask for a vote to be taken separately on E if they're not comfortable with that position. Yeah, no, that's fine, and I'm happy to accept that request, and also happy for people to speak to it. I'm simply expressing my view, and it's up to the governing body as to what they wish to do on that particular recommendation. So we now have Councillor Dalton.
Well, my concern was about appropriate and what that was, but now a discretion of the chair. I guess I would want to know from the chairs how they feel about workshops, because I'm not sure that Councillor Watson is necessarily going to achieve his outcome until we know how chairs feel themselves about having open workshops?
If I can just speak to that again briefly, it's not a blanket that all workshops will be open, but at the discretion of the chair, where there is material that is obviously totally appropriate to have in the public arena, it can be open. And I as Councillor Filipaina pointed out at a discussion the other day on this very matter, I indicated that I was open to that, and I'm being consistent with the position that I took the other day on it. And the chair is the person most knowledgeable about what's going to happen on the agenda, because the chair has read through the agenda and knows that, okay, maybe that aspect of it is not appropriate and therefore the workshop will be confidential. And the chair obviously has the ability to have a discussion on that point at the start of the meeting with the members of the committee, or members of the committee can raise it with the chair. So that decision will be at the discretion of the chair, but the chair can take cognizance of what the views of committee members are and the nature of what's on the agenda. Does that help? Sort of. Okay, Councillor Collins. Fine. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is something that Councillors Watson and Walker do feel very strongly about, and on the surface it can look like a very democratic thing to make workshops open. What I would like to offer is the counterfactual to that, and having come from the experience of where workshops work very effectively, where you have the opportunity for debate and free and frank advice, which is so essential to our democratic decision making. I think what has perhaps not been working well around the governing body table is perhaps how workshops have actually been very effective for that free and frank advice. And I think all councillors understand the importance of that. But what I wanted just to offer in terms of a different perspective is that what I have noticed coming as a councillor is that people are very happy to give me briefings offline, and briefings that I would have thought would be in workshops, and where I would want to be sitting around with all my colleagues and being able to ask questions freely. And what Councillors Watson and Walker are basically saying to me is that I will not be in a workshop and able to ask real questions that might be random, they might be pie in the sky, they might be things that I just want to put out there, have some really solid discussion, and then we might move on. If workshops are made public, and there will be put a lot of pressure on chairs to be seen to be doing the right thing. If this, I'm with Councillor Cooper and not very happy with how this has been massaged to make it a little bit more acceptable, when I think this is still undermining the principle of free and frank advice. So what I am saying is that I think there's already a push to minimise workshops, to make them shorter, and that by doing this, you're basically saying, Councillors Watson and Walker, that you want councillors just to be asking for more offline advice, for more briefings that are not done with all our colleagues in the room. And I know that that is what happens on local boards where you make workshops open. Everything just gets pushed offline, and you just start picking up the phone to talk to people to try and get the free and frank advice that you can't get around this room. And I also offer the comment too that something was said about being in a safe environment. And I'm afraid there are councillors around this room who have been in very unsafe environments in public forum that might not have been experienced by some councillors. And in that unsafe environment, you cannot ask free and frank advice and debate and talk to your colleagues in a free way when there might be one or two antagonistic people in the room who are there to troll you, who are there to try and call you out, and who are there to try and catch you off guard when you might just want to be putting out an idea that might not go anywhere, but you want to be able to discuss it with your colleagues. So I would really like us to go back to what was the original amendment, because that is the true core of what you were asking, was for all workshops to be in public, and not this kind of halfway that it could be on the discretion of the chair, because I think they'll be put under pressure to do it in terms of the politics of it and not what is best for our democratic decision making, which is to have some time for good, solid questions and free and frank advice. And that's what I would ask. And I say all that on the proviso that I totally understand that information should be made publicly available, and it should be made publicly available as soon as practicable. But often that is not the case when we are in a workshop session, because that information might be quickly out of date and quickly move on. So that is my plea to my colleagues, that we do have that opportunity for our workshops for that time for confidential, not necessarily for workshops that are not in the gaze of the public, so that we can exercise our democratic decision making effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, it's still up as an amendment at the moment, though it's been accepted by the Chair and the Deputy Chair, but either way it will be subject to a vote, and the vote will say either we maintain the blanket rule that the workshops are not open to the public, or we have the discretion of the Chair to open it to the public where appropriate. Well, it doesn't say where appropriate, but that would be at the discretion and on the judgment of the Chair. So that will be, if this matter is voted on separately, which I take it members would like to do, that's the choice that you have between those two options. Councillor Newman.
Are we in debate now? We're still on questions.
Yeah. This we are debating.
Okay. Well, I mean, it appears that we're heading. The amendment, is it?
Well, no. The amendment is now part of the substantive amendment, but if it's convenient to members, we can simply leave it as an amendment and have a vote on it. The result will be the same either way. You will make the decision whether you want a blanket rule for not being open to the public in workshops for all of the reasons and the valid reasons that Councillor Coombe has put forward, or that the Chair has a discretion to open it where those factors might not apply. Okay, so maybe with the agreement again of my seconder, we'll keep it as an amendment. We'll focus the debate on this amendment at this point. I think that's simpler. Okay, Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you. It's quite interesting. I listened carefully to the last speaker, but respectfully I disagree, Councillor Coombe, because the principle of free and frank doesn't exist in the Lagoima, but the principle of availability does. So you start from the basis of the availability of information which is held, and if you were to apply that in the context of workshop, then yeah, you do have to move to the presumption that we have to be available, accessible, that the information that is transmitted there will be information that can be subject to disclosure, and therefore you would consider, well actually, you would have to consider this as a discussion that will be potentially held in the public realm, in the public domain. It'll be open to everyone if they wish to race in from the street at 135 Albert Street and race up to level 26 and sit around there and take notes. But if the information that is to be covered needs to be withheld, well, of course, there is the opportunity to have items within the agenda of a workshop confidential, and that applies in relation to Section 7 of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. And I would assume that would be addressed with professional advice to the Chair from the officers prior to the meeting, to the workshop taking place. Your Worship, I don't think it's actually the discretion of the Chair of the relevant workshop. It is the application of the Act, the Lagoima, that determines whether the information to be covered will be covered confidentially or as part of an open workshop agenda. So I think if those things can be covered in the preparation of a workshop, then it should be that the amendment which is being proposed here can be accommodated, but it will have to be accommodated on the basis that there are some things that will have to be considered confidentially because there is a reason to do so, and that the reasons for withholding, for keeping those matters in confidential will be stated so that the public know why. Have I interpreted that correctly, the mover and seconder? Okay. That will be
Councillor Hills.
Few questions. What is the cost of opening up workshops? Because I assume that means filming them, which we pay.
No.
So it's not filming?
Well, we don't on smaller committees, right?
On the other than the major committees, meetings of the smaller committees can be open to the public, but not necessarily live streamed.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just speak then. I wonder if the committees as a whole, the expectation is that they will be filmed. I don't know, there's an additional cost there. I think this puts a lot of power in one person for each committee to have the decision-making, the chair of each committee to have the decision-making power to open or close workshops, to give everyone around the table either open or closed workshops, conversations. Right now, I don't actually see anyone, as far as I know, there's not many, if any, public in this room right now. If we're wanting to engage people in a meaningful way through very good information, good debate, interesting topics and engagement, then I would say opening them to our conversations where we're understanding and putting out ideas and all that is probably not the best way to do it, considering we don't get many public come to our committee meetings as they are. The other thing is that if the discretion of the chair decides, like Councillor Koob says, that a committee or a subject or a topic is completely on the record for everyone to ask, maybe a question that they're embarrassed about or they don't understand or that sort of thing, then it will move into private conversations over coffee, on the telephone, finding out information instead of asking them around the table. There's going to be some massive issues we have to deal with as a council, and if we can't hear and see our honest opinions that may or may not be palatable or, you know, in the first instance when we first hear things, then that's going to be a problem. There has been issues on the 2 local boards in our area of the North Shore having open workshops last term where they would get annoyed at Councillor Darby and I getting information first. Why were we getting information first? Because they were in draft form, because there might be this project is 50,000 to 100,000, we're not sure yet. So they would not bring anything to the local boards without a finite position because they did not want it to get into the media when that early kind of discussion, early kind of formulating ideas. We're elected to do that. We're elected to bring our community's views and into those discussions. They're not secret. It's so we can have a good open conversation about understanding an issue by hearing this could be 1 million, this could be 2 million. You know, once it's out there, it has to be correct. It has to be correct information. Otherwise, then it's budget blowouts or cuts or whatever else. And if we leave that up to one person per committee to make that decision, I don't think that is democratic at all. I mean, last term, we had the discussion and from certain members of the council who did not want our workshop records public. We had our workshop attendance on the internet, like our council committees, and certain members got that removed because they did not want their attendance or lack of attendance to be shown. And now suddenly we're going to open everything up. I think it sounds nice. We put all the details are in our committee papers anyway of all the workshops we've had and the things we've discussed, but I do worry that we do not hear those early thoughts, those early feedback. We see it all the time when officers come to the table in a public forum when they say, sorry, I can't answer that, or we're not quite there yet, if it's public. But in the workshops, often officers are more open to say, here's what we're thinking, here's the direction, we don't have money for this, but what are your thoughts? How can we get over this issue? So I think it's going to sound nice to open things up, but, you know, people aren't here in this room today. They're not going to, you know, opening it up to a couple people who might be interested in our debate on the early parts of an issue. I think it's all about window dressing. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to make my comment as chair of the Finance Committee. All right. So I commend both councillors for putting something up that asks us to be more open and transparent, because I believe that's something that I have just, I think that's good for us all. I've also been thinking about how I could make finance and performance more open and transparent, so that's great. I'm a bit upset that neither of them actually came and spoke to me as one of the chairs about how this might work. But all that aside, I do support the concept. Thinking about it, I want it on record that although it didn't seem that the chair and the deputy could make that, and it's now just the chair only, from my personal perspective, I would expect staff to give me professional advice. And I would expect that my answer to that professional advice, whether that workshop should be open or not open, that I will take that. And I want you all to understand that. So although this says the discretion is mine, I will be asking professionals for their advice. So I don't want you coming to me and saying, you've said this is confidential, why haven't you opened it up? It will be based on professional advice. If any of you have got any issue around any aspect of the finances of the parent, speak to me at any time. So I'm supporting this because in concept, I think it's good. But the practicalities, from the finance perspective, I will take advice on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I remember the conversation, as all of us did, on the 12th of this month, and that there, Your Worship, is when you made the comment around transparency. Councillor Watson actually raised the issue around having some of the workshops open to the public, and your comment was, look, that could be a good idea, depending on obviously the workshop and the information that will be tabled at the workshop. And you mentioned the word transparency, and Your Worship, look, from my perspective, one, it is not all workshops. If this goes through, it's not all workshops are going to be open. This is not we're voting on now. Yep. Because at the moment the workshops are still going to be closed. The ones that will end up possibly being open to the public are the ones that the chair of the relevant committees believe that the information that will be shared to the councillors is not confidential. And like Councillor Simpson, and this has happened since the beginning of Auckland Council, where if on the advice, and I'll be doing the same thing and talking to the directors, the staff who report to the PACE committee, I will be asking them that at this workshop, is the information confidential? Yes, it is. Well, guess what? It's not going to be open to the public. Full stop. It's not going to be open to the public, and I am not going to entertain, nor I hope Kathy as well, Councillor Casey, I'm not going to entertain anybody coming to both of us and saying, oh, look, why this, why that? Because my response is because the information we will be sharing is confidential, full stop. Well, but at least I'll be talking to our staff to make that. My point being is not all the workshops are going to be open. None of them. We're not making that decision. The decision here is that where appropriate, or not appropriate, but at the discretion of the chair, and the information can be shared, well then I got no issues with that, none at all. So Your Worship, I've also got a question, but not on this, so I'll wait for the amendment to be resolved, and then if that's okay, Your Worship, I've got a question of Marguerite in regards to the agenda and the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Chair, in talking about this, I would hate to think that people's voting patterns in this are then taken as people not supporting transparency, because that's what happens. No doubt this will be a division. No doubt people will be held up as people who don't care about democracy and transparency, but that is not where I'm coming from. I know that with our workshops, these are educative processes for us. They also help develop what's on the agenda, which comes from the democratically elected people. Quite often we'll say, no, we want it this way, we don't want it that way, we want this information, we want more information. All of those sorts of things, they help us become more educated in the subject matter and help develop agendas. And that's where I agree with one of the previous speakers, that often something's in a workshop and all of a sudden it's in the paper saying, oh, this is going to happen. And that's not what's going to happen at all. It's what was discussed, but it might have been discarded. And so we end up promulgating a whole lot of stuff that was never going to be on an agenda anyway, and that's what concerns me. And then we confuse people even more rather than being transparent. Free and frank discussion, and all of that information, for the most, unless it always comes to us, even if it's in confidential in a meeting. The other issue is you do get that opportunity for the public to have input at the committee meeting. In local boards, people can come, they can say their piece at the time before any decisions are made. And I absolutely want that to continue, but that's the time when the people have got the report, they can actually see what's in it and see what we actually are discussing on the day. Quite often rules are made, and we see it with laws, bylaws, every rule. It's made to stop the ability to abuse something, the lowest common denominator, the whole things that we say. Because for the most part, people are great. But you'll always get certain people that will make things really difficult. And when you've got maybe placards sitting at a workshop, people yelling, people lining up, even when they're asked not to speak and heckling you at the back, it's very hard to absorb complex information, especially when it's not the final decision and you want to be educated and really be able to concentrate. And that's what I worry about. It doesn't happen all the time, but it always has that option to happen. And to finish, I remember I don't like the idea that the chair has that final discretion, not because I don't think they're capable, but it's because what falls on their head if the public or actual fellow councillors don't like their decision. And we saw how Councillor Hulse was absolutely vilified in the public space for deciding her discretion not to take public input because it had already been had. She had death threats. She was called the most vile, putrid names in the public domain because she had that discretion. And I don't want that on any councillor's head. And we know that you can be pressured because it's public. And I don't think that's fair in a workshop setting. So that's why I'd find it difficult to support because I just think it just adds more layers that we don't need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. And just before I begin, just to seek guidance, because I have a comment and a question, should I just bowl it all right in?
Yeah.
Yeah, great, awesome. So the point that I need to make that hasn't been made is we don't actually need to discuss this in the abstract. We actually have examples that we can rely on and refer to, as Councillor Hills has referred to. A couple of local boards actually did this last term. So when I'm finished, can I ask for a comment on the experience of open workshops with those local boards, and are they actually continuing? Because that's the real litmus test. Are they continuing with what they did in the last term? I think this discussion itself is a good example of our need to discuss things in a free and frank way with an appropriate forum to do that. We've talked about our effect on our decision making as councillors, but I also need to point out the effect on staff. I think staff need that ability to come to us and run things up a flagpole and say, look, this isn't actually done yet, but I want your advice on this. Councillors, what are we thinking? And with public behind us, that can be a very difficult conversation for staff. I'll also add that I started this term imploring us to make decisions together, and having a forum with free and frank discussion actually allows us to work together better with more consensus-based decision-making where we can thrash out arguments together. That's what I want to see. So just to finish off, can we comment on the local board experiences of last term and this term?
Phil Wilson to reply.
Clearly a quite vexed issue, and it was in relation to those boards who both decided to have open workshops and those that considered it and didn't choose to have open workshops. I should say that the officer advice has been consistent right through this, which is that workshops are a very useful mechanism, and you should preserve the right to have workshops without public present, because it does constrain in some respects the type of discussion that you can have and the information that it's safe to have staff put forward. So our advice is that the norm should be public excluded. The exception is that in some circumstances it might well be something you choose to do and has merit. As to the experience of the boards, I would not speak for the boards. I think you will find that those boards who have done it, on balance, would say that it has worked well for them. I think the officer view would be that on occasion it has constrained the information that officers are prepared to bring forward and put at risk in terms of disclosure. It is a very careful dance because, as people have observed, we need to be mindful of Lagoima provisions, and this is not in any way intended to be designed to reduce transparency or to do anything that compromises us legally in terms of Lagoima. I'd make the final point, and we give this advice consistently and strongly, that workshops are not a substitute for meetings, and debate and decision making happens at meetings, not at workshops.
Sorry, can I just clarify, because my question wasn't quite answered. So those two local boards that didn't last term, I believe that one of them has resolved on this. What did they resolve on? Are they going to continue it or not?
Through the chair, my understanding is the Kaipatiki local board will continue to have open workshop, and the Devonport Takapuna is reverting to the default position of not opening their workshop.
Yep.
That's my understanding.
So
now, Hibiscus and Bays local board has decided to have open workshops.
Okay. Thank you. Helpful debate. We need to finish the discussion on the amendment. I'll then ask councillors whether they want to complete the agenda, which I think won't be too long. Every time I say that, the opposite happens, but I'll give councillors a choice of whether they want to break for lunch after we've dealt with this amendment. So, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't support the amendment. I don't support it because of the reasons given by Councillor Coombe. I absolutely agree with everything that you said, and Councillor Cooper. For me personally, as a councillor, I find those workshops as a chance to ask questions, to look dumb, and to use it for information gathering. I would feel uncomfortable if it was open to the public, because everything we do is already public, and this is just a chance to be able to learn more and just be able to do your job as a councillor, to have the opportunity to have those workshops in the way that we've always had them. So I don't support the amendment, but thanks for putting it up.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Look, I'm still not convinced about the discretion of the chair, and I've listened to Councillor Filipaina and the decision making, and I don't expect to be asked or questioned by any councillors if I decide not to put anything out there in the open workshop. I like what Councillor Simpson said about taking advice, but I also think it needs to be balanced with what Councillor Newman said about Lagoima. Somewhere in there is a safety parameter around open or not, but I still remain a little bit uncomfortable around the discretion of the chair of the relevant committee, Councillor Watson, because I don't know that you're going to achieve the outcome that you're asking for in terms of having open workshops. So I don't know, the parameters that Councillor Newman has spoken about in terms of applying the Lagoima principles or legislation, is that a way to give some clarity around what is going to be open or not?
Thank you very much. That was a debate that I hadn't anticipated, but it's been an interesting debate, and I just want to make this point to begin with. For those, I think everybody's spoken sincerely on it. I don't think that there should be any allegation that if you don't support this amendment, you're against transparency. I think the councillors that have supported the status quo have done so for valid reasons. I continue to support the amendment, and it's because the amendment doesn't open everything up, which I think Councillor Hills was a phrase that you used, and that was your concern. I think what Phil Wilson has said to us is that the norm would continue to be public excluded, but the exception is that you could open it to the public where that is, in the opinion of the chair, after advice and maybe after discussion on the committee, appropriate to do so. My main reason for voting for the amendment is I think if you have a blanket rule that you can never open up a workshop, quite often you're discussing things that would be beneficial to be out in the public arena. But in many instances, you know, I've listened carefully to what council have said, and, you know, what the workshop does is that it's we don't make decisions in workshops. It's a pre-decision stage, and it's a chance to put everything on the table, even if it's going to be knocked off. It's a chance to be free and frank. And I think that's the reason why the norm would continue to be that workshops were held in private. But I'd want to have, I know, I can just think back of examples of workshops where they're providing information where you think that'd be great to have that information out in the public arena. So I'm taking, well, no, if I come back to the point that Phil Wilson has made, the norm may well be, and I think it will be, that it will be closed to the public, but it at least allows the discretion to be applied where it's not required for reasons of confidentiality or to have that free and frank advice. At least you provide the opportunity for stuff that could very readily be in the public arena to be put there. Now, ultimately, out of every workshop, you get a paper coming which is then publicly debated and discussed in this body. So that's why I say those that are not in favour of this, they quite appropriately say this is not about not wanting to be transparent and open. This is about wanting us to be able to be free and frank, to float ideas, even if we think they might be silly ideas, but let's put it on the table and see if it works. So I don't have the fear that this suddenly means that everything will be taken offline and that you won't have the free and frank discussion in workshops. I believe that will still be the norm, but I believe that you need to have a discretion where it's appropriate to do so, simply to put the stuff in the public arena. That's my personal view. My view is that also that like the local boards, if we decide to adopt this, it would be pretty much on a trial basis. Let's see how it worked. If it didn't work, then you could revert to the norm. So this does not, passing this motion does not set that in concrete as something that is immutable. As we've seen, Devonport Local Board decided that they would revert to the previous position because of their experience. Other boards have made different decisions. So I'm happy for we can do it by voice or we can do it by recording it. I'm happy for this to be open to a vote on councillors to make their own decision of where the balance of advantage lies on this resolution.
Mayor, just a question.
Sure.
Is this actually what you're putting up here? Can chairs do that anyway? Why do we need a resolution if they can do that? If it's generally closed, that's what I'm trying
That's a fair question. Can we, Phil? I've not known a workshop to be open to the public, but I think the norm is that it's been closed. Is it possible in exceptional circumstances to have it open as the...
Well, it hasn't been the practice in the past.
Yeah, I think what this does, Councillor Cooper, is make it explicit that you can have the discretion to open it to the public. That's how I read it, and that's what my vote will be based on. Okay, I think we've debated it, we've thrashed it through pretty thoroughly. Okay, a vote has been called by division, so I'll ask officers to conduct the vote on Amendment E.
Mayor Goff,
Aye.
Councillor Bartley,
No.
Councillor Casey,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
Yes.
Councillor Collins, Councillor Coombe, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Dalton, Councillor Darby, Councillor Filipina,
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher,
Yes.
Councillor Henderson,
No.
Councillor Hills, Councillor Mulholland,
4.
Councillor Newman, Councillor Sayers,
4.
Councillor Simpson, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Watson,
4.
Councillor Young,
4.
carried 15-6.
So I declare that carried by 15 votes to 6. Now, can we come back? I think if we take it item by item on the recommendations, or actually we haven't finished the debate or questions on that. There are other questions I think that people had foreshadowed they wanted.
Chair, just the one question, and Marguerite, can you tell me, I'm assuming that you'll be contacting the members of the working parties that have just been passed to arrange a date for the bi-monthly meetings, because going through the calendar, I haven't seen them in there, and unless, that's all. I just wanted to see whether that in fact will happen, or with the two working parties we've just agreed on. Is it in there?
We will add them
Yeah,
to
thank
the,
you.
to the
That's
schedule.
to Te Waitangi in the governance framework. Those two, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, any other discussion or questions on the other items? I propose to give, with your agreement, to give the choice of option 3 or option 4 under B. But if there's any further questions or discussion, I don't want to omit that. People are probably getting hungry, probably keen to move on. Richard, Councillor Hills, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I just had a quick I do have concerns around what looks like recess when most of us work right through them, and I think the actual debating back and forth of how much we get or don't get looks pretty poor on a public point of view, to be honest. No one, the average person doesn't, if we're looking at it as holidays, I would hope that no one thinks of that as holiday time, because the average person gets 4 weeks and that looks like we're getting 9. Most of us will, work a lot of those time. January makes sense because we shouldn't be having formal decision-making time in January when most people and staff and things are away. But yeah, I guess we just need to think about what that actually means, and I just didn't really like the debate on it, to be fair.
Yeah, I did make the comment, Councillor, right at the beginning, that recess simply means that no meetings are scheduled. I came back, I think, on the 7th of January, and I had a wonderful January going out and doing things in the community that I couldn't do if we had committees scheduled over that period of time, and I'm sure there are others that pretty much did the same thing. Councillor Collins.
Oh, thank you, Sue. I just wanted to say that firstly, thanks to Marguerite. I think I'm on the right item at the moment. I sent through my feedback and I was really happy that we reached, I guess, a compromise position. I welcome the 10 o'clock start. There were comments made about me in the Herald about my arrival times. But I think one of the things I wanted to say was that is often one of the things that I try and do is share the drop-off for my daughter. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate councillors. I hope you'll agree to the 10 a.m. start, but it gives us the opportunity as a family to have turns dropping off our daughter and picking her up when we can and that kind of stuff. So, and the pickups we can do on the Mondays or on the Fridays. So I just wanted to say it's important for those of us who've got young children that we have that level of flexibility so that on a couple of days a week. So I dropped her off today. So things like that we can kind of get in because of the timetabling. I note with interest, and because I missed the item before, I think this is my way of slipping it in, is that the monthly Panuku meetings are on Wednesdays when there are workshops that have been planned. And so I'll note my inability to be there. But I just wanted to state in this forum, Mr. Mayor, my gratitude for the invitation to, for me personally to take on that role as liaison. I'm looking forward to it. I've already had a very lengthy discussion. I drove all the way up to Karaka, you say? Not that it's far, but it felt really far. And we were able to talk for the whole time I was on the road with the chair, with Adrian Young Cooper, the chair of Panuku. So it's an opportunity I really look forward to, and I just wanted to offer my thanks for that opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. In 6 months' time, I'll ask you the same question. You might not be so grateful. That's fine. If there's no... Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted to thank you again for the willingness to give consideration to this. I think it's got to move beyond just how things are perceived into how things can become functional. And all of us are grappling with the council. I mean, the earlier agenda items we're nearly 10 years old, and we are the largest council in New Zealand. We do need to set a standard. And what I think this is recognising is that, yes, the committees that we sit in here and the governing body are really important, but so too are the meetings that we have with our community. I think it's very, very important that if we are to get our communities more engaged and understanding of the Auckland Council, that we make our presence felt, that we make ourselves available. And if there are matters in a constituency sense, that we are willing to front up in person or at least on the phone, because issues run and people want to see some measure of accountability in explaining whatever policy decision it might be. So just as I don't think parliamentarians are going to go and apologise anytime soon for the fact that they have recesses for very much the same reasons. In my case, I've been a parliamentarian, and I now, along with Councillor Casey, have a constituency that's twice the size of anything that I had as a parliamentarian, and yet somehow miraculously we've got to try and fit in all of those meetings within that constituency within the limitations, and I don't think it worked effectively during the last term. So I, for one, really welcome the changes that we're talking about today. I don't see them as landing permanently at this point. I think they're going to require reviewing over time, but it's a good first step. So thank you for allowing us to have that opportunity.
Thank you, and I feel more than most the difference in size of my constituency than what I had 4 years ago. Councillor Walker, and then I think we'll take the vote.
I just want to speak to one thing briefly. That's the 10 a.m. start. I make the observation that I'd suggest it's easy for us. It's also easy for Aucklanders to get here. It's particularly attractive to people on Gold Card because that kicks in after 9 o'clock. I think it's great. And I'm not on Gold Card, by the way.
You're looking forward to it, though. Thank you very much. I tend to take each of the 4 recommendations still. We've passed the one. Oh, actually, I've got to confirm E, but we'll take each one separately. So the first recommendation, A, which is the meeting and workshops be scheduled between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Secondly, on the schedules, what I propose to do with agreement of the governing body is, since the schedule is based on option 3, I'll put that option first. If that option fails, I'll then put option 4. So we'll again just do it. We don't need to record it. We might need a show of hands if it's close. So your choices here are option 3, which takes a week off the Christmas recess and puts it in October. And if you're in favour of that, then you will vote for the first resolution that I put up. So that's option 3. I'll just ask all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and that means option B is formally carried. but it's great that we respect minority rights, Councillor Watson. C is authorise the General Manager to amend the schedule if required, in consultation with the Chair. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. D is note that it can be amended if the governing body agrees. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. And I'll confirm Resolution E that we passed on the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Item number 14 is an information-only report. Moved and seconded by Councillor Walker and Simpson. All those in favour, please. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
To it. Thank you. Under agenda item 14, and I know in a different forum I have suggested that I would like to have some further discussion about the Port of Auckland, but I note that I read some of the port location study and statement of corporate intent. I read about it in the media before I actually received the report. I just wondered, was there an early release of that?
I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure that the officers at the table, not that I'm aware of, Councillor, but we can check it through. Sorry, which study? You're talking about the Upper North Island Port study, because we don't release that, of course.
About on attachments A, the location study and statement of corporate intent. I was just wanting to understand the timing of that one as well, because I keep reading about ports and I don't always receive the reports beforehand.
I'll ask Phil Wilson to clarify that. He'll have to come back to you on it, Councillor, if that's okay. Okay, so I'll put item number 14. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Item number 15, there is no extraordinary business. I'll thank councillors for their time and contribution today and declare the meeting closed, and we'll have lunch slightly later than normal. Thank you very much.